It's all in the wording, baby.
Well,
The meeting started at 5, and then we all come out.
that's true. That's true. The meeting officially started at 5. We convened, but the public portion started at 6. We convened.
You are correct.
It appears that we're up to right.
Okay. I hope we are.
Well, it looks like it.
All right.
You ready?
It's 5:50.
Karen Fifield, 805 Washington. What I want to know, and when I say what I want to know, is I'm addressing it to each and every one of you. Do y'all actually listen to what the citizens are saying? Because thus far, I have not seen that occur, okay? We've told you repeatedly, we don't want the development. Oh, we're being overrun. Have y'all driven around Castroville? Maybe the yard sales this weekend? Did you drive around? Did you see how many homes were for sale? Just 5-6 years ago, you could not find a place to buy in this town, okay? Now, everybody's getting the hell out, okay? We are being taxed to death. We have zero representation from council because y'all are not listening to us. And it's to the point that frustration is overtaking every citizen, especially those of us that have lived here pretty much all our lives. You know, we want our town back. The traffic on 90 is horrific. You know, they're developing all around us, and y'all grant special waivers so these developers can continue to build. And we don't have the water. You're on your agenda, you're looking to buy water. But nowhere on this agenda do I see where the airport water is. We've had that well since I sat in those chairs, okay? Why are we not pumping from there? Did they sell water rights from there? Did the airport board convene and sell water rights to somebody else? Because we should have all the water that we need. And perhaps we would have if the special dispensation given to the developers had been not in place to begin with, but having already been placed, revoked. There has got to be a way, given stage 4 and ultimately 5 restrictions, that we can revoke it. There has to be a get out of jail clause somewhere in that development contract, somewhere. Y'all need to be motivated to find it. Because citizens, we're pretty much done. We're tired. You know, we keep saying over and over, these are the things we don't like. These are the things we want to stop. But yet, there's no movement on it. And how many council people does it take to get an agenda item on? I texted Houston and said, hey, can you get this on the agenda? And he said, I will ask, Karen. Apparently, you didn't ask or they said no.
He did ask me.
Oh, he did ask you and you said no.
That's correct.
Do you want to tell me why?
I told him it would come for a future meeting, not this meeting.
Oh, okay. So when it's more convenient.
No.
Well, that's what it sounds like. Okay, that's all I had to say. I wish I could say, I had really high hopes for this newly seated council. I did. I truly did. But my faith and hope is beginning to waver tremendously.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Of course.
Yes, ma'am.
Karen Square.
They travel in packs.
Yes, we do.
Karen Brunaire, 112 River Forest, Castroville, Texas. What she said. I'd like to see an agenda item for every meeting that addresses questions presented during citizens' comments from the previous meeting. I get up here and ask all kind of questions and ask for information. We don't ever get a response. There's got to be a way that we can get a response. It wouldn't take 5 minutes. Water continues to be our biggest concern. We were told months ago that Alsatian Oaks would continue to build despite the ordinance that stopped building in stage 4 water restrictions because they had already turned over their water rights. Then we find out last week that they in fact had not turned over their water rights and we had paid them an undisclosed sum for something. How much did we pay them and what were we paying for? This goes beyond deception. This sounds like an intentional cover-up of activities so the council could continue to build when the ordinance did not allow it. It also gave them plenty of time to change the ordinance to allow building to continue through stage 4 water restrictions. This makes me wonder who benefits from all of this. So why then were they allowed to continue to build? And what about stage 2 of Alsatian Oaks? Have we received water rights from them? Will they be allowed to begin building even though we remain in stage 4 water restrictions and are precariously balanced on the stage 4, stage 5 water restriction line? Whatever happened to the subdivision to go in behind the Napa Auto Parts? Are we still accepting applications to build new subdivisions? It's wrong that I can't keep my yard and established plants and trees alive while someone is building new homes with pretty little green yards 2 miles up the road. We need to see three things sooner than later. One, on the agenda, new water source exploration and acquisition. 2, no more building until we have acquired new water sources or we have returned to no water restrictions at all. And 3, a posted plan dealing with our current water situation that includes stage 1 through 5 provisions, including building restrictions during those stages, stage 1 through 5 provisions that benefit the existing farmers and homeowners rather than big builders. For those of you who are in support of all of this expansion, you are actually destroying the city of Castroville. Within the next 2 years, this town will be a desert. Farmers are selling their land because they can't use enough water for livestock or crops. Well-established neighborhoods have more homes for sale in them than I've ever seen. Most people don't want to live where they can't maintain their property. We need to stop bringing in all of the new and start taking care of the people and property that are already here. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, anyone else? Yes, Meg.
We're allowed to make a statement of existing policy. with that,
Absolutely.
correct?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to note, we are currently using the airport water rights for the city. We leased them at the beginning of the year. That's a standard thing we've been doing for several years.
And it's covered the Castroville,
Um,
or is it just out there?
I don't think it actually gets pumped at the well there and then piped here. We just take the rights and pump them here.
They're leased from the airport to the water system to supplement the supply for the water.
City is leasing from the airport when we own the airport?
Yes.
Yes, because all the assets of the airport and the income of the airport is required to stay at the airport.
Per the need from the federal government.
General fund?
No, separate
No,
fund.
per the federal government, when that went from being a military base just to a regular airport, the military and DOD said, all right, all minerals to include water, dirt, everything that's made profit off of that must go into the airport, only support airport. That's the way the deed is.
So there's no more transfers?
It's,
No more monetary, I should say monetary transfers between the city and the airport and vice versa, correct?
the airport is funded from the revenues generated from the airport properties. And water rights are assigned to the airport. So
Okay.
they're entitled to recover, the airport fund is
The funds.
entitled to the funds associated with that water.
You know what? I like this. We got a question, we got an answer, and we're done.
Okay. Ms. Connor?
My name is Meg Connor. I live at 811 Washington Street. And I wanted to let you know that I support the adoption of the proposed UDO. A lot of people have put a lot of time, effort, and there's been a lot of city money put into this effort. Throwing it away is an insult to everybody that's worked on it. I'm sure that there's changes you might want to make in it, but if you can adopt it, get us into the modern times and not live under San Antonio's rules, it'd be great for Castroville. Y'all can change whatever you need to change to make it fit better, but we need this UDO. It's been put together by a lot of people that have spent a lot of time working on it. It would be a real kick in the teeth to just throw it in the trash. A big waste. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to make citizens' comments?
Patrick Connor, 811 Washington. I would like to also support approval of the UDO, and I would comments during that.
Anyone else make citizen comments? All right. Excuse me. Let's move on to consent agenda items. I'm actually going to ask council, I'm going to pull the minutes off of there unless there's an objection, because there's some things I want to talk to Deborah about that I don't think are entirely accurate and probably need some adjustments, and bring those back at the next meeting.
Right, I'd like to pull items A and C.
C, okay.
No, I mean A and C. You just asked for A to be pulled, so I was doing it.
Okay, C also, okay.
And B off.
And we're gonna pull B off too, all right.
There's no consent.
Well, there's no consent agenda, so let's go. Item A is, I would propose that we table those for the next meeting. Any objections to that? Are you okay with that?
Yeah, just do you have particular
I stopped reading after I got to a point that I didn't agree with them, so I'll talk to Deborah about them and we can go from there. So if there's no objection, we'll table the minutes till the next meeting. Let's go to item B, the authorize the mayor to amend the contract for solid waste services with Waste Management to establish a new termination date of September 30th, 2025. It's my understanding that the contract terminates in June. We need time for the transition, so the extension is being asked until September 30th. Am I correct in that, Scott?
You're correct.
And because it is a contract asking for extension, we need the authority to be able to sign it for the extension.
Correct.
Anything else you'd like to talk about? No? Okay.
Who pulled that though?
Then, Mr. Lee.
Yeah, I have a question. I think in the heat of the moment, we did not select a recycling option. And we basically just, the contract was approved, but not which recycling option we wanted, which affects the cost. And so my understanding was, since it is a contract and it is a difference in price,
This is
we
the,
would have
This
to
is not the
select.
contract.
this is not that
I
contract.
understand that, but
Okay.
it has to do with the
Well, you're
waste management contract extension. It's the basis of it.
No, it doesn't.
Well,
I'm just, we don't have an attorney present, but I'm just telling you, this isn't the
That's
item.
not on the agenda for discussion, but my understanding was, and I understand your thoughts, Bob, but when I got asked the question on, and I don't want to go into great detail on that, but I believe it was for like services. It may not have been specified, but I think it was to maintain the similar services. But
I guess to get over this hurdle, basically, I'm assuming you're going to bring the new contract with the new vendor back to us to clarify which.
I was going to,
Yeah,
but I was also informed that the motion that y'all made gave me the authority to sign the contract and I should just sign it and move forward. I will be happy to bring it back if that's what council would like me to do. Y'all can review it.
let's bring it back at the next meeting. Okay. Let's go back to this one, to extend the contract till September 30th so we can pause that. It's a waste management contract we currently have. Is
I'll
there,
make a motion that we approve the contract extension with Waste Management.
okay,
second.
motion made, seconded by Phil King. Okay, Bob Lee, Phil King, all in favor?
Aye.
No opposition, hearing none, motion carries. Item C, authorize street closure and use of Houston Square for the Show You Ride car show event to be held every other third Friday, beginning July 18th, 2025. The real quick, I just tell you real fast, the sponsor of the event, I went to their last event out here on Highway 90. They asked to use Houston Square. I may not be fully familiar with what the current rules are, but I was always practiced that closing a street or a park would require basically some type of a permit and city approval because it's going to involve police and possibly public works and things like that. So the city generally will authorize those type of things. Somebody just can't go willy-nilly and close one. So David, please.
So I pulled this item because in the backup for it in the packet, There were there were 5 recommendations by staff.
Okay.
That approval of this event should be conditional upon various documents being submitted.
Okay.
And it did not seem obvious to me that putting it on the consent agenda would apply those conditions.
Okay.
So what those were is that a street closure plan needs to be received and reviewed by the Emergency Services District.
Police department.
Well, we have an Emergency Services District as well.
Okay.
Chief Cook.
Yeah, both of them.
Fire chief.
Confirmation of outreach to affected downtown businesses and churches, coordination with the police department regarding staffing and any additional public safety concerns, confirmation that no alcohol will be sold unless a permitted vendor is engaged and appropriate controls are in place. And staff recommended a waiver of city fees for barricades as requested. Or sorry, they said that a waiver of city fees is subject to council approval. So with those caveats, I would move to authorize the closure of streets around Houston Square and its use for a car show as presented and discussed.
Make some comment. We're going down, whatever you want. I have some also.
Go ahead, sir.
I need a second.
Can
Or
can
a
you get
lack of.
Oh, did you make a motion?
he did make a motion to approve
I
it.
made the recommendation.
Second, okay, now let's open for discussion.
Yeah.
Mr. Lee?
Okay, we had car shows on the square for some time, and they were extremely popular, and they were terrific until they got out of hand. And it got to the point there was a lot of disturbances going on locally. The citizens got very upset because it grew and grew and grew. And people felt like they needed to demonstrate the power of their vehicles when they left. And that was not only a downtown Castroville, it was on the highway as well. And so it developed a bad taste in a number of people's mouth about the impact it was having on the center of Castroville. Since that time, we now have a very popular restaurant located right on Houston Square, which probably would not be friendly to closing the streets or interfering with the parking that they need for their business that evening. You really don't know what may be coming up in the future for the Catholic Church on those nights. And so I would go along with Mr. Mers, but say, answer all the questions, make sure you have complete agreement by all of the people that are impacted by use of September Square, Houston Square, any square, and then come back and let us take a look at it. And I would make it for a limited period of time to see how it worked out and have it come back for review and further approvals that went into next year.
Man.
Okay, sure.
So obviously I'm the furthest person from the affected area. If the people who live closer by and who represent people who live closer by are opposed to the event or want to see it come back, that is fine with me.
Excuse me, just a moment, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I'm done.
Ms. Patton,
Yes.
you brought this up before. I really would rather have, I'm sorry,
Didn't realize.
you didn't realize, okay. Would you like, I'm sorry,
No, go for
I'd
it.
like to get those out of the, yes, ma'am. Would you like to step up and,
I started this, talking to Josh with this before he put on his car show, when he had his grand opening and the chamber was there. Him and I discussed it. I hadn't been in this conversation right here, but I did get the emails, so I would be knowledgeable when I came here tonight. As you know, I do Feriella Friday. I vet all the vendors. I make sure all the food vendors have their correct license. That is one thing that I will help him do, along with street closures, and we discussed the loudness of the vehicles, that we didn't want that to become a problem again.
yes, ma'am.
But we wanted to bring something back to Castroville a different weekend. Feriella Friday has gone gangbusters. But the same thing can happen with the car show if they treat it correctly and vet everyone that is coming in and make sure they pay their sales tax like they're supposed to bring the revenue into the city. So that's where I want to help Josh to make sure that happens and bring the revenue in that the city needs, along with helping the businesses. We had our downtown business meeting last month. Castroville Barbecue was there. He said, I will move my people. I will make them park elsewhere to have more activity downtown. So
Thank you very
I
much.
will put everything together before the next meeting, get with Josh, he's on vacation, and have it presented to you. So how we can go forward with this.
Thank
Good
you.
with you?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
David, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. I really
David,
was
you
done.
mind repeating what you said because I didn't.
Okay,
hear you.
yeah, sure. So I was saying, obviously, I'm the one who lives furthest from this. The majority of the people I represent are a mile or more from this location, so it doesn't affect me or most of my constituents in the same way. And so I will absolutely defer to the opinions of the people who live and represent people living closer by. I just wanted to open it for discussion.
I live 3 blocks from there, so I'm probably the closest. Okay, and I hear the music at the barbecue place. I mean, I'm backyard at all. It's just I Kenneth Park. I'm right in the middle of everything. Again, as long as the management of the engines and the heavy feet are managed, and I think that's a lot to do with working with the folks, plus also with the PD and hey guys, come on, you're out of line there. I think it can be very successful. Phil, did you have a comment?
I actually kind of had the same thoughts because when we moved here, we heard that the car shows were downtown, and I guess Bob, it was when you were mayor that they were moved out of downtown over to the Chevy dealership, and people had told me, oh yeah, they used to be downtown, but then it became too many people. But I think, Yvonne, if they learn by those past mistakes and start out and we see how it works, then I'd
Correct.
be more
It's got to
inclined.
be vetted correctly for all involved.
Houston?
Yeah, when I read the meeting draft, is there a time specific that this starts and ends? I didn't read that.
6 to,
Like the around Friday,
6 to,
6 to midnight.
I think, no, it's not till midnight.
it's set up at 4,
Till 9 or?
yes, till 9.
I think till 9.
Mhm.
It's,
Just like Burial Friday, they start setting up at 4 and then they close down early and we all move to barricades and do our.
and the caveat, you heard the requirements of David Red.
Yes.
And of course, just to follow through with the city and make sure
Correct.
that happens. But to communicating back to the folks with car shows, like, well, this is what happened last time and this is why we stopped. Can you control the folks?
Gonna try to. I mean,
So they give a
we've
shot.
got to try. We've
Right.
got to give it a shot.
But if it turns into,
A fiasco, it's over.
we can revive.
And
thank
that's just like other vendors, if they don't do what they're supposed to do when they're out here, they don't come back.
Sheena,
I'm closer to you.
straight up the road.
I hear from people all the time wanting to have car shows. I mean, at the hardware store, we have them every so often, and we managed it and everything, so it can be well managed and what have you. I like to give it a trial. We don't know how it's going to work until we give them a shot. So give them a trial for till December, because you said once a quarter time frame, basically.
Every other month.
Yes, ma'am. And so that would give us and the citizens that live around there an idea of, yeah, let's continue this, or no, the noise is too much, or, too many problems with drunk people walking down the streets or what have you. That way we give them the shot, and then we come back and revisit it in December to make a decision. Okay, are we going to approve it for the next year?
There's one
Okay.
other thing. Well, how do we measure success in the event?
People.
The attendance and the
People
people.
that come
I
out.
know, but is there a sales tax revenue, et cetera, that we could look at on those days?
It has to come from the city
We could,
or the state that shows sales tax revenue. From what I understand, our first Fridays is part of this revenue.
Well, PD also,
Okay.
because if PD's come with noise or anything like that,
okay, excuse me.
sorry.
We will work with them because we have.
Mr. Lee, did you have something else
Yes,
you wanted to add? real
it wasn't
quick?
necessarily as much the car show participants that were causing the trouble. It was the people that came to look at the car show.
Right. They want to emulate.
Because they could have been drinking, doing whatever, and then we ended up getting 30, 40, 50 motorcycles came in, and, it got very interesting. But I love the car show. I mean, it was terrific.
David,
have to be
David, would you
something
like
you
to,
guys
would you like to modify your motion
Um,
for on the lead? I think the question
So-
was
The
Want the
amendment
quarter for like
was
two?
to limit it to essentially the end of the year.
till the end of this year.
I am amenable to that amendment.
I'll say,
No, Phil, you second. Would you okay?
I agree with the revised motion.
Can I,
Okay, motion made, second.
two things. We got
I'm
pause.
sorry.
Deborah?
You're adding that to your motion?
Your motion is to approve it through the end of this year
With the conditions. of
with the
staff.
conditions as
And
stipulated by
only
staff.
until the end of the year.
All right, there's one condition in there, the last one that you read off about the fee. And that was something I was seeking council's input on.
Okay.
Does council want to waive the fee or not waive the fee? It's $100, the event fee is. It doesn't matter to us one way or the other. It's just whether you want to waive it or not.
Said it's $100.
Mhm.
I
Per
don't
per
think.
event,
Every time or
per event.
every time?
It's an event application. I don't know. But
Let's just
if you
make a
waive the
second
fee, we're
motion.
just going to waive it for all of them. That's fine.
Does Fiorella Friday pay the fee?
No.
No,
They
we
they
do not.
do not pay a fee.
I still need to know if y'all want to amend the motion to do that.
Yeah, waive the fee, that's my opinion.
The only thing I would say about waiving the fee is that I know we're gonna have extra officers there.
That will come out of what comes from, just like Periodic Friday pays
Sales
for the
tax.
officers.
But do you all plan to have a lot of booths there? Because when I've been to the car shows, they weren't selling anything.
The one that they had this last month, they had probably 6 or 8 different food vendors there.
Okay, so if they had food vendors.
Yes.
And we may do other vendors, it just depends.
Right.
How.
So
it works.
Turnout.
Yes, how the turnout, because if we have other vendors too, that's
Something.
gonna bring revenue.
Yes.
David, would you like to address the fee in your motion?
I don't think we need to waive the fee.
Okay.
So he doesn't want to change his motion.
Well, no, it just wasn't specified in his motion, but he's
Well-
clarified his motion that his motion does not include waiver of the fee.
I agree with his
Okay.
motion, not to waive the fee.
Motion made to approve based on those conditions stipulated by staff and maintaining the fee for the.
And that it's going to end.
And-
Only until the
And
end
one
of the year.
further discussion is if after the first one, we realize this is a disaster, we don't want, and we want to also have the ability to rescind this, if we find out, we don't have to wait till the end of the year to rescind.
We have that,
That's all, you have that power.
we have that
You don't have to
power.
specify.
As long as we have that,
So-
I won't-
Okay, motion made, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Yep.
Oh, wait.
Discussion after the second before you vote.
No,
Well, we had
Go-
the second.
go
line,
ahead.
no?
we yes, sir, yes, sir.
My understanding when he first started was, we wanted to see that they could in fact meet those 5 requirements. And one has to do getting agreement with all the people around the square. I understand that hasn't happened. Are you charging the participants? Will you be charging the food vendors? Okay, so
Yes.
you're going to make money, and so,
And in turn, that money's going to go to bring in
okay.
music at a later date possibly, and we've got sponsors. So we have the money to pay the fee,
Okay.
Okay,
which I'm not.
We need to be consistent with people that use the square.
Exactly.
Okay, we need to be
Just like we
consistent,
do.
so old fashioned Christmas and Silverhead Yard
Correct.
Sale and all this kind of stuff, you're taking the square for a period of time, similar to them, you ought to be
Correct.
treated the same way.
Correct.
I would like to see the questions, the 5 questions answered by the next meeting,
I
what's
can
that,
do that.
2 weeks, you're not gonna have one in 2 weeks anyway.
I-
And then bring this up, we'll have all these issues cleared up and everybody on board, and we can press. That would be my request. Otherwise, no.
So first you have the motion.
I think we have a motion to approve it conditioned on ensuring that they meet those 5 requirements plus the fee, and we have a second on that. That's.
Yeah, plus limiting it to only this year.
And limiting it to only this
That is-
year.
You're correct.
To review at the end of the year?
Yes,
Does that work?
it's conditioned on meeting those requirements assessing the fee and
ending
ending at the
this
end
year.
of this year. That's the motion, that's the second. And I understand what Mr. Lee has just brought up. We're gonna vote on this motion in a second right now. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
A reluctant no.
Okay,
So it's
4-1. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the item 9. Looks like presentations. Chief, I hear we're going to recognize one of your officers for 10 years of service.
Yes, sir.
That's
Yes, sir.
awesome.
Yes, it is. Being a member of the Texas Police Chiefs, we're always saying that we want to recognize the wins, the employees. The employees are your greatest assets, and I think that's extremely important. Officer Dorsey Krause started in 2015. He currently holds an advanced certificate from TCOL, and he has about over 1,400 hours of service training through his career. Done an outstanding job and has stuck with it and done a great job. So I really, really like to recognize those employees. So what we've done is we've done a plaque, and I'll read the plaque, said presented to Officer Dorsey Krause in appreciation for 10 years of dedication and commitment to the Castroville community. Officer Krause.
I think that's awesome, Chief.
And probably just like other police officers, when I ask him, do you want to be recognized in front of council? It doesn't matter to me, Chief. It doesn't matter to me. So a lot of police officers don't do this for the recognition. They really don't. But it is important to recognize the job that they do day in and day out. So I really appreciate it. I'd like to present him with this plaque. We also got him a little knife with the engraving of 10 years of service, Castroville PD. And there's your plaque, sir.
Right.
Mayor, do you want a photograph with him?
Sure.
Mr. Dixon, would you want to get in the photograph or not?
Is he gonna be there on Friday?
Probably not. He works night shift, sir.
Hey, wait, she said.
Smile. Thank you so much for what you do for the city. Thank you. All of you.
Thanks, sir. Also, the other officers that showed up means the support that they get, so I appreciate them showing up as well. Thanks, Mayor and Council, for your support. Thank you all.
All right. We're going to move on to item 10, Mayor's report. My turn. Talking to a captive audience here, so bear with me. I'm going to read this so I don't miss my place. I want to begin by thanking everyone that's present at this meeting and everyone watching online. It's imperative to me to make every meeting of the City Council and advisory boards to the City Council open and accessible to anyone and everyone that wants to attend both in person and online. The city is in the process of considering applications for persons interested in serving on one of the City Council advisory boards and commissions. It's my understanding that the terms for a portion of the membership of each board or commission ends on June 30th of each year. The only exception to this is the Historical Landmark Commission that has term expirations in October. Combined with regular membership and alternative membership, the city currently has multiple positions up for appointment on the Airport Board, Library Board, Parks and Recreation Board, Planning and Zoning Commission, and the Zoning Board of Adjustments. I know there are many people out there that are qualified for position on one of these boards and commissions that can help guide the direction of the city through an advisory role to City Council. All interested persons need to submit their applications as soon as possible so they can be forwarded to City Council for review and consideration. City Council will be asked to take action on the June 24th meeting to fill the appointments based on the applications received. I spoke at the previous meeting about working on a full review of all our ordinances and policies to determine where we may need to amend them to comply with changes in the law and regulatory compliance. Next month, after the members of the advisory boards and commissions are appointed, I plan to appoint committees of 2 council members to work with staff and the appropriate advisory boards to review the ordinances and policies specific to the area the advisory board is associated with. The city can then ask for a legal review of the proposed changes and then forward them to city council review, consideration, and adoption. I'm hopefully optimistic that working together, we can accomplish the goal of updating most, if not all, of our ordinances by this time next year. I encourage all citizens to review the City of Castroville Code of Ordinances and provide any suggestions on changes to ordinances you would like to be considered to your representative city council member. The city has started the budget process for FY 25-26 that begins on October 1, 2025. City Council received a department briefing on their thoughts on how the operation of the department would be impacted if they were faced with up to a 10% cut in funding, how it would be impacted if the budget remained the same, and an opportunity to offer thoughts on an expansion of their budget. Work is currently in process to develop a draft budget to provide the City Council for discussions at a special meeting of the City Council. This meeting will be open to the public as we develop an operations and capital improvement budget for the city that meets the needs of the city without, in my opinion, the need to issue any additional debt on the citizens of Castroville unless absolutely necessary or legally required to do so. And finally, I wanted to provide you a brief listing of several legislative actions that impact the city of Castroville that did or did not pass the recent state legislative session that ended on June 2nd, 2025. Legislation that would have permitted accessory dwellings anywhere to be built anywhere in the city failed to pass. A requirement for automatic approval of building permits after 45 days of the date of submission failed to pass. Legislation to restrict a city from any regulation in the ETJ failed to pass. Legislation that delays the ability to increase impact fees for 3 years did pass. Legislation that prohibits a homeowner association from issuing a fine to someone for brown grass during water use restrictions also passed.
What? I'm sorry.
Legislation that increased the building threshold for the city from $50,000 to $100,000 passed. That's the bid requirements.
No, honey, I'm talking about the brown grass. What did you say there?
I'll repeat that. Legislation that prohibits a homeowner association from issuing a fine to someone for brown grass during water use restrictions passed. In other words, they can't force them to water during drought restrictions.
I just didn't.
Legislation that would have removed the exemption that Medina County has for streamlined expedited release of a property from a water and or sewer CCN failed to pass. In 2011, Medina County was the only affected county in the state to be exempted from legislation that permitted the removal of property from a water and or sewer CCN upon property owner request. This exemption is important to the city of Castroville, other cities in Medina County that have a state-approved service area outside of their city limits, and the rural water systems in Medina County. While the city of Castroville may have limited enforcement of development rules in the ETJ and cannot prevent certain size properties from being removed from the ETJ if the development did not want to follow those rules, the city of Castroville maintains control of providing water and sewer service within the CCN certificated service area to all developments within this area. This is very important. This is a very important issue when discussing potential development agreements. As a water and wastewater utility, the city of Castroville is entitled to recover all of the cost of providing service to developments within its certificated service area. The cost of providing these services, in my opinion, should never be negotiated away from the developers wanting service to their development. The cost of providing service to new development must not be placed on the current water and wastewater customers by funding specific capital improvements required to meet the needs of new developments. Thank you.
I'll need a copy of that for my road.
Okay,
What'd you say?
Whenever we get.
I'll bring it. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Okay,
This is okay.
all right,
But it has to be this.
wonderful. Oh, okay. Let's move on to consider possible action resulting from items posted and legally discussed in the executive session. There were no decisions made in executive session. I don't believe there's any action to be taken.
That is correct.
Okay. Item 12, discussion and action items. Oh boy, here we go. Another one on item 12. Okay. B, C, and F. Okay, let's do item A first. I don't have anything for item A to talk about, so let's do this first.
But he does.
Yeah, let's do item A. Discussion by Samco Capital Markets, the city's financial advisor, regarding proceeding with the issuance of certificates of obligation for utility systems improvements. The water well project was as previously authorized by the council on March 25th, 2025, and the possibility of combining that project with potential general fund projects and other matters related thereto. Before I call on you, sir, I want to make a couple comments to my own on this. While I appreciate the opportunity to hear from the city's financial advisor concerning the issuance of debt for the city to accomplish certain capital improvements, I do not support the issuance of certificates of obligation for utility system improvements at this time, and request that City Council withdraw the authorization granted on March 25th, 2025, until the City Council has an opportunity to discuss other potential options for the proposed water well project to support the areas of growth on the east side of Castroville. I also disagree with the issuance of any new debt for the sake of issuing debt without an approved plan on what the debt is to be used for. I do not agree with the projects identified as immediate needs of the city over other infrastructure needs of the city. I ask for City Council to support this position until such time that an agreed plan of action is determined. Sir.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Mark McLiney. I'm with Samco Capital Markets. We represent the city when they go to market and borrow money. In March 25th, City Council authorized us to proceed with $3.5 million certificate of obligation for a utility system. It was the water well project. At that time, we had a schedule that started today. June 10th was to do the notice of intention resolution. The notice of intention resolution is the resolution that's, if approved by council, gets published in the city's newspaper and on the website, and gives notice to your citizens that you would intend to borrow $3.5 million in this example for the water well project that then would be funded or the bond sale would occur in August. Because of the new council that came in on May, we thought it would be appropriate to come in, instead of doing on the 10th, get permission to do that on the 24th, the notice of intention resolution. So that was the first step in the discussion. If the council collectively wants to do a $3.5 million certificate of obligation for the water well project, we can be back here on the 24th of this month to do the notice of intention. Again, that only gives notice to the citizens that you intend to do that. And then at the August meeting, we would bring in interest rates and have the bond sale or the certificate of obligation sale. That money would be set aside solely for the water well project, for the utility system. And that's where we left it in March. Yes, we wanted to go forward. But again, new council, we wanted to make sure that if we met that calendar, we would be here doing the notice of intention, and perhaps the new council didn't want to be doing that. So we wanted time for you to think about it, whether to proceed or not, and that would be the 24th. as we were doing that and preparing that information, and in the agenda packets, the city made a very good summary of what we were going to be talking about. Because you have some other debt going away, you have an opportunity, if you so choose, to borrow on the general fund. It was the page that had green on the top and it was sideways like this in the agenda packets. So your debt decreases, your debt service for general fund projects decreases this fiscal year that we're entering into going to next year. And so the thought was to bring you all the idea, if you wanted to maintain the existing tax rate and you had projects that you deemed important enough, you could do a certificate of obligation, sell it at the same time as the utility system, if that's something you still wanted to do, and authorize those on that same timetable, putting in $4.5 million for general fund projects. Again, the notice of intention would have to outline what the projects were and an amount not to exceed. The projects at the time that we were discussing consisted on general fund, the city hall remodel, the new police station, park improvements, street improvements, library expansion, and then vehicles and equipment. So it's a wide range of projects. Money couldn't be used for something other than that if that's what you chose, but those choices are you. You make those choices. You're the body that gives us authority to proceed. And so that was the purpose of today's meeting, why we didn't want to force a notice of intention with a new council and discuss this. Hearing from the mayor, that's probably was a good move. Timing wise, and this is important, if you're going to tie it to taxes, if you're going to issue anything on the general fund, you're required to have the general fund obligation, the COs for the general fund sold prior to setting the tax rate. You can't say we're going to keep our INS tax rate the same, and we're going to issue COs in November. The Attorney General would look at that as an anticipatory tax because you haven't authorized the COs. You, at a later date, might decide not to do it, and then your INS tax rate is higher than it's legally allowed to be. So you have to have the.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
The last 2 years, the city has raised the INS, the debt service tax rate, without issuing debt.
No, we issued debt.
No,
No.
what he's referring to.
No, they did.
Where we moved.
The utility system.
Yes.
And that's a good point. So 2 years ago, we issued debt and raised taxes then. I believe it was 2 years. I've got the debt model.
Last year, fiscal year, they raised the.
So you have utility system debt, COs.
So there was debt issued this fiscal year.
No.
No.
When you have debt, when our debt is certificate of obligations for utility system. Certificate obligation by definition is combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation. So when it was time to budget last year, the budget had some of the utility system to be supported by the taxes, if that makes sense. Because it can be paid for by taxes, by utility system revenues, or a combination of both.
So, okay, but here's my point. Last year, when they passed the budget we're in this current fiscal year, they raised the debt service rate without issuing new debt. So are you telling me they reshuffled the assignment to the debt?
Correct. That's correct.
Raised the tax rates
Yes, that's correct.
and show.
So we kept the goal, and this has been part of this.
No, I
council's
got it.
strategy.
I got what you're talking about, the goal, but, and the operations one is one thing, but you raised the debt service tax rate
That's correct.
and just reshuffled your debt to justify it.
That's correct. What, you keep saying no? Are you saying no, Deborah? What are you saying over here?
Are you thinking we raised the tax rate itself?
Yes, it
know you
was.
did.
The INS
I know
tax
you
rate
did.
was raised. The total rate stayed at 0.5233.
I got
The
it.
goal all along was to be able to capitalize on the new value that's coming out, that's
Sure.
being built.
Sure.
Because again, I understand, nobody likes the growth. One of the few upsides of all that growth is the value it's bringing into the city limits. And that INS portion of the rate, we have a TERS in place. Guess what's not affected by the TERS? The INS. The debt service is not impacted. We don't have a contract on the debt service portion.
My question
So
to the
we've been
financial
increasing
advisor,
INS.
so that's a right thing to do? Raise the tax rate and then shuffle the debt to cover that?
It's a business decision. So, I mean, right and wrong, it's not wrong to do. It was a business decision to maintain the overall tax rate the same.
But it wasn't right if you didn't explain it to the public.
We did
It's not
explain that.
illegal.
That's
It was a
been,
policy decision, what he's trying to.
Right.
And it was discussed in budget because we can't just arbitrarily move things around.
well, and I have the
I'm-
slides
I'm
to
done.
prove that this has been discussed publicly several times.
I got it.
The slide looks like an X, and it talks about the O&M rate and the INS rate.
I sat behind that podium and asked those questions when that rate came up, and I was never explained what was just explained. Never.
I heard it in council meetings.
Okay, I'll let it go.
Exactly that, several times.
I'll let it go.
And so that's where we are. So, one, do we keep moving forward with the water well CO? And two, does the council wish to tie in any general fund projects, again, with the idea of maintaining the overall tax rate the same, or at least the INS tax rate the same?
Can we just ask questions?
Sure.
Oh, one question, and I got hit this today by email based on the thing in the paper. Has our debt quadrupled since 21?
It would take me a little homework, but yes, I would say it probably did, because you
Not since.
let me take it.
Mark, we issued 6 in the general fund and the equivalent of 10 in the utility fund.
That statement
16.
was made based on this $25 million
Right, when you include the
anticipated. If
21.
you include that
So-
in there, yes, it's a fact. It went from 11 million, 12 million, something like that, to if you add this 25 you're talking about, it's gonna be close to 60.
What,
So it hasn't tripled yet.
Future.
What the statement was made, what's been issued and approved to be issued.
well, so
We haven't approved.
nothing's been issued the only thing that we have issued is what's currently
Okay.
outstanding.
Okay, we're,
There's 3.5 million that we're talking about for a notice of intention.
got it.
There is other capital improvement projects out there,
Sure. Okay,
but there's no notice of intention been done. There's been nothing moving towards that,
okay.
except an application perhaps to the Water Development
Right, right.
Board,
So we've
which
made-
is,
Yeah, so and I know you're very familiar with that process. We've made an application to the Texas Water Development Board on the elevated tank. And of course, like you, we want to get free money if we can.
Sure.
We don't know what we'll get. So we don't know how much of that will
Sure.
be financed. We've talked about worst case scenarios of 21 million, but we really don't know at this stage.
Got it. Okay.
But that's where that number comes. Yeah, when you include that amount, you're correct. You're right. It's like 60 million. You include that. And I understand your
And that's
position.
what the comment was about. It may not be finally approved, but it's proposed and planned for.
So the person who sent me an email, it has not quadrupled to 2021, 25. I guess when I first came on council and we were talking about going in debt, the discussion has always been that if you paid something out of your bank account, it's the current citizens are paying for that. If you can finance the money and pay it off in the future, then the future citizens who come into the city, sure, then not only do the current citizens pay to pay off that debt, but also the citizens that are coming in that use it. It was discussed to me that the water tank. When we come in, also,
and 100 people today paying for something, paid it. People in simplest terms, if whether you paid cash, then that 100 people, if the decision.
And I guess your suggestion was, or option we could consider would be, because we're paying off some of these bonds this year, we could pick up other bonds, and in essence, it wouldn't change the budgetary items as long as the budget could handle that. But I guess what David is saying is that he'd feel more comfortable if we actually knew that the budget could handle that option without affecting the budget too much. And, or I guess, Scott, are we far enough along to see that, or?
With the
did you
3.5
understand my question?
If the question is for the general fund specifically,
Yes.
without making a debt service change, are we saying without increasing the property tax rate to pay?
No,
Or-
because we're paying off some of this debt this year,
Right.
that we could pick up the additional debt, and so
How
our
would that
payments,
act?
yearly payments would stay.
Yeah. So, well, and again, so there's only, okay, there's two things going on. So you have an increase in values that's projected. You've already recognized some of that. And then there's an additional increase in values. And then we have some debt coming off. And I think that's where Samco, where Mark and his team have estimated how much we can issue. And that would be based on this council's decision to maintain a flat rate. So if you want to keep your rate flat, it does not mean, and I've been try to be very candid about this in the past, it doesn't mean that our individual, the amount we pay on our house won't go up. It could. It more than likely won't, because of other things that are affecting a lot of people where it comes to school taxes and all that stuff. But bottom line, on the city's side, on the smaller portion of your property tax bill, it's very possible, because depending on your individual situation, if your value went up on your house, then yeah, you're probably going to pay more. Even though the rate stayed the same, your values went up and you're going to pay whatever that is, right? But anyway, the goal, if we issue debt, would be to maintain the rate where it's at, 0.5233. And if we were to do that, then yes, the revenues would be sufficient to pay for the debt that you issue. That won't be an issue. Yeah.
Well, I want to ask you this question too, based on what you just said, because I'm going to use an old term, effective tax rate.
Mhm.
They don't use that anymore, but basically, as your valuations go up, your effective tax rate goes down.
Mhm.
Okay, so if you keep it flat line, that's a tax increase.
If your values go up, assuming you're assuming values go
I
up.
made the comment.
You're-
If our values go up,
Yes,
if the overall values go up, the tax rate goes down. And when you keep it flat, it's a tax increase.
that would be close to no new revenue rate is what they call it now. Yes, sir.
If you're 53 cents and you're going to stay at 53 and the valuations went up, which brought that down to 51, you make it 53, it's a tax increase.
It technically, yes.
Legally, yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes,
Are you looking for?
go ahead. Yes, sir, please.
When they figured the calculation on paying back this borrowing money, did it look at the income we were going to get from the utilities or taxes on the developments to these?
We did do some projections on value, but we're really, because we get preliminary values from the appraisal district. So future growth, we can project out 3 or 4 or 5% or 10%, but until that growth hits, it's not going to affect it. So we look at it as kind of worst case scenario, use preliminary values, and that's what we're looking at for next year.
We're trying to be very conservative.
Mhm.
I understand, Alsatian Oaks, they have a deal with us that the city is reimbursing for infrastructure issues, so we don't get the full amount of the ad valorem tax. So that loss of general fund income is figured into the repayments.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
remember, the INS portion isn't impacted. So the debt service, we get 100% of that. So if whatever your rate is, and that's why I was saying, that's where that chart kind of, that X chart I'm referring to that we've shown before, that's where the power of leveraging the new growth to help pay for this debt service. And that's where it comes from.
I know there are things that we probably would have to finance, such as water towers and things like that, which is really a one-time cost. I'm just, for council's purposes, I'm very leery of financing money to buy vehicles and pave roads and that kind of stuff. Because before you pay off your 20-year bond, you gotta do it again. And it's a never-ending cycle of having to borrow money to do things that would have been better to pay for along the way.
Okay,
And of course, the interest issue is always.
did you have a comment?
I do have a comment, being the new guy, and David, I just want to make sure I understand where you're coming from. I know you weren't around when this agreement was made, but just so I understand, and I'm going to articulate, and please disagree if you guys don't, but please.
Gladly.
What we're saying is that we can't fix our streets, right? They take a back seat to making sure that a new development has water.
Well,
Is that accurate?
So-
Two separate.
well, okay, so he's saying that because street improvements is one of the general fund items listed as a possible target of a general fund issue. My response to that would be that I don't think repaving streets should be done on debt, like Mr. Lee. I think that every year we should do 1/10, 1/15 of our streets as part of our operating budget, not on debt.
But I was responding to what you said as general fund.
Well, and so specifically, part of why I said that is during our budget meeting, there were a lot of things that either are just unbudgeted or being done out of fund balance or were in the CIP that I said I felt belonged in the operating budget.
Yes, you did.
And so were all of those to move into the operating budget would be increasing substantially to continue to deliver the infrastructure that people already have and depend on and expect. And so to add new debt on top of that unnecessarily, especially for something I feel should be in the annualized budget anyway, not necessarily saying we should build a water tower but not do streets.
Well, I want to make sure council understands, I think you do, but like, as Councilman Martinez was pointing out, these are two different issues, and we have to be careful because we are talking about combining debt, but there are two different issues. You have your water tower debt that will be paid for by utility ratepayers, and that should be of concern. We've talked about that, like our rates are really high. Yeah, the way that we've discussed and the utility fund debt, and this was part of the presentation that we made with RESPEC in March, when it was approved in March, was securing, before we issue that debt, securing the utility service agreements from the developers to pay their portion. Now, the challenge is, and having like what do you call it, a forecast, but that's not right.
Yeah.
But having a forecast to understand, okay, if all of it's not if, those agreements would basically tie them to making our debt service payments for a period of time that is tied to their takedown schedules for their homes, et cetera. What I currently don't know, and what I would like to know and would desperately like to know is okay, how does that compare to the debt service and how many years we get out of that? I know that Mark's in the same position. Like we want to understand that, but the goal would be to understand, okay, is that 3 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years? But then at some point, and the council needs to understand, so we all need to have our eyes wide open. If there were absolutely no other development, no other users, and I know you understand this better than most, Mayor, if there were no other users, the remainder of that debt, the unused portion of that water tower that these developers don't need, would fall right on top of that debt service fall on our existing payers. We don't want that, right? And so that's the concern, and I would love to talk more about like how do we get out from under that? What's the best strategy? I'm open to other solutions than going and building a giant tower that we only need. Like they only need about 20% of that tower.
Sure.
But building a ball this big, when you have this so much fixed cost, doesn't make a lot of sense either. Like you should always try to oversize as you can, right? So anyway, we need to have that discussion. Separate and apart from that is the general fund. On the general fund side, the items that again I want to be clear that Mark listed are, the police station, for instance. You might have enough if you did this debt issue to go do a police station. But that would be one project.
Yeah, I think, Sheena, did you have something you wanted to say?
I did.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Because otherwise I'm going to make a comment here.
In regards to the the tower and that, yeah, we signed the contract. We legally obligated the city. And I mean, we don't,
but it also says in the agreement that any council's not obligated to abide by those.
I understand, but
It's in the agreement.
yeah. So with that aside, but on the general fund side, we do need a new police station.
Pardon me?
We do need a new police station. Our current police station isn't really cutting it. Chief gave us a briefing about, how the building's not meeting the requirements fully. Their evidence room is not really meeting the full requirements of the state and everything. So I could see we do need a new police station. But that's all I'll say on that.
Yeah, I can see a need, but what I'd like to do, since this was a discussion item, and I appreciate all that, you guys kind of know where I'm coming from now. So if maybe we can get everything together, you've got some notes on what we brought up. If we can get all that stuff back to us and kind of revisit all this, you guys talked about bringing something back on the 24th.
Yes, sir.
And come back with that and some answers to address some of the questions everybody's going at, and then go from there. Would that be okay, Scott?
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure that I know what questions that I need to try and answer.
Okay,
And I really do want to answer your questions. So
Sure.
if you have specific questions related to this item, I'll send an email out after.
please send him to Scott. Okay, and then we can go from there.
And Mayor, I think this is one option. So I have to have legal documents here on the 24th.
Okay,
So what I can do is have, and I'm looking for direction.
we'll give you a lot more time here to come talk to us about this and kind of,
Well, what I'm looking for is direction, because that would be in order to meet the timeline. So I can bring a notice of intention resolution for the water well project. That's $3.5 million. I can bring a second one for the general fund project of 4.5. And it says an amount not to exceed. So if you all come up with that, and then to get economies of scale, if you all say, yes, we do want geo projects, and we want the utility, I would combine that into one resolution.
okay,
But we won't bring the one resolution, we'll verbally work it
bring
through.
them here and then we could, council makes the decision.
Yes, yes.
And if it's decided to do combined, fine, or one or the
Right.
other, but bring that like that. That's
Okay.
what I would suggest
Okay,
at the next meeting, Scott. And get some answers to what everybody's looking for. If you have any specific questions, please forward them to Scott.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Lee, you had asked me,
I did.
okay, if anybody doesn't have an objection, can we take about a 5-minute break is that what you asked me about that?
We also
Okay.
wanted to.
I know, I seen that. I don't know if I agree with that, but it's at, what? $7:22. Let's take about a 7-minute break, please. Ma'am? Game is still on. Leave it on. Okay.
I just, okay. To my email? That what together put in here?
Good break.
So, I don't know.
by Councilman Lee to move item 12C before 12B. And so let me go here. If no objection, we'll go to 12C. Discuss and take appropriate action on the application of the proposed Unified Development Ordinance, Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, and Subdivision Ordinances where applicable to current or proposed development agreements. Before I turn this over to Mr. Lee, I'm going to make a couple comments on that. And then I'm going to turn it over to the citizens to speak. Then I'll turn it over to Mr. Lee. But I want to make a couple of comments first. The city, in my opinion, and I've already stated this in previous meetings, but I'm going to state it again, specific for this agenda item. The city should start all development statement or all agreement, the city should start all development agreement negotiations with the requirements of the CZO and subdivision ordinance and not a proposed ordinance. I know the city passed a development agreement policy, but that development agreement policy, while I was on the P&Z, actually was written in support of the UDO and before the UDO was even adopted, in my opinion. Developers should request anything else other than compliance with the CZO and subdivision ordinance in writing in a proposed agreement for the city to consider. We should not negotiate against ourselves. All proposed development agreements presented by a developer should be forwarded to the, in my opinion, P&Z for review, for a recommendation to city council, unless it is determined by the city attorney that a portion of the proposed development agreement requires legal consultation with the city attorney. I'm going to now open this up to, I believe the first one I have is Mr. Patrick Connor. Is that, you want to talk about C, sir?
Yes.
If you can, you're welcome to discuss that right now. 3 minutes.
Actually, I'd like to listen to what y'all want to talk. I would like to understand what you're coming from first, from all the council.
Actually, I'm asking for the citizens' comments
now.
Then city council do their thing.
So, okay.
So I know what, I'm telling you what I just told you what the position, my position is.
Okay.
So I've unzipped on that one, and I can tell you, I believe that that's shared by at least one council member.
Okay.
I believe that. I can't speak for him, but I believe that.
Okay. Well, just for both of them, that I support the recommendation to approve the UDO. And if there's things that are not correct in it, they should be corrected after it's been adopted.
Okay, well, this is specific to application of the proposed UDO and zoning ordinance versus the subdivision ordinance. And your belief,
Go ahead.
You believe that we should stay with the UDO because you believe we should adopt that?
Yes, I do. And under the with the conditions that there are things that need to be changed, that can be changed.
Okay,
So,
okay.
so that's for C.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Holzhaus.
Mickey Holzhaus, 514 Washington Street. Mr. Mayor, would you mind repeating what you read up front about a ordinance change in the first part of your statement?
I said the city should start all development agreement negotiations with the requirements of the ZZO and subdivision ordinance. Okay, and not based on the terms of proposed development ordinance.
Okay, and then there was something about a,
Developers should request anything else in a proposed agreement for the city to consider. The city should not negotiate against itself.
okay, and something about
All proposed development agreements presented by a developer should be forwarded to the P&Z for review for a recommendation to city council unless it is determined by the city attorney that a portion of the proposed agreement requires legal consultation with city council.
okay, I'm still missing what I'm looking for. That was it? Okay.
That's my, this has to do with specifically to proposed development agreements. The other part I made a reference to was the development agreement policy that the city had adopted.
That's what
I disagree with that. I was on the P and Z. I believe it was made based on the UDO that has not been adopted at this
Okay.
time.
Thank you. I believe that the city, got to the point where we're having to have a discussion whether how we're going to finance a elevated water tank and well, because we were negotiating based on a UDO that had never been adopted. I suspect. I don't know. The fact that the subdivisions, what appears, didn't have to pay for the expense of this well and this elevated tank is part of the problem with how this whole thing went down. The UDO comprehensive, the whole thing. It was, I believe it was contrived, and this is my personal opinion, to foster high-density development in the old part of Castroville. The development to the east of Castroville was never really part of the discussion of this whole Simple City process. It's morphed many, many times into many, many different things. Good money was thrown after bad, and still don't have a product that will satisfy the needs of the intention of the whole document. Our zoning and existing zoning ordinances, there's nothing wrong with them. I think it was a failure to want to dive into it and understand it. The zoning and ordinances are written for the benefit of the citizens of Castroville.
Man, excuse me, sorry.
Yes.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I'd like to stay on this particular agenda item if we could. It has to do with how we approach future development agreements.
Okay, I'm off base.
No, and I ask you to
Thank you.
reserve those other comments for another item.
I will. Then, based on that, I would say that all future development should be reviewed based on current existing ordinances and not the UDO. How can we reference a UDO we don't even have in effect? And that's how we got into the position we are today. I know that I understood at a previous council meeting that there will be no more development for the city of Castroville because we don't have the water to do it. And that was a statement made by Mr. Dixon. How we got to this position is by relying on a document that was not in effect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Fifield, did you want to speak about this one or no?
I'm not even sure what item.
Actually, I take that back. You don't, because you put on D&E. I apologize. I told the wrong thing.
No problem, you know I have an opinion on everything. So.
Okay, Mr. Lee.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I don't know, can y'all hear me? Do you care? Move forward?
Please.
Please, this
Yes,
is
I'll be,
to the-
okay, please don't slap me again, Deborah.
as it relates to
I don't know,
development agreements.
Have any of you out there read the sheet that goes with this particular item that I put together? Okay. The city has experience in working with developers when using existing ordinances. The new laws from the Texas legislature have changed the situation dramatically as properties can now file to be removed from the ETJ while we are still required to provide water and wastewater services if in the city CCN. The existing ordinances have flexibility in that a planned unit development could be negotiated to give builders more flexibility while still working to have developments agreeable to the city. We've got a number of them already out to the east. My initial impression is that the UDO does not have that same amount of flexibility, which is what I want to talk about, and may hasten developers to opt out of the city rules to save money or to make more money while still getting necessary city services. That means no tax revenue for the city, while developments will still use all of our general fund items like parks, pools, streets, maybe probably police department, and so forth. One of the possibilities is the city will not have public safety or street responsibilities, which may soften the financial impact. The dollar value of not providing these items is unknown if that happens. However, as I said, the parks, library, pool, and so forth will all be paid for by citizens of the city, but not the developments that opt out. The city has the option of giving financial incentives, which I think is a very bad idea, to developers to be included in the city limits and follow our development ordinances, but is it worth it, as the bill must be paid by someone? My desire is to have the council and staff discuss all the implications of continuing with our current development ordinances in comparison of building under the UDO. And I said, discuss the developer's willingness to develop and join the city, building under the existing CZO and subdivision ordinances versus the UDO. The objective is to see if the additional building costs and reduction in negotiated development options in the UDO, which I see are less than we have currently, would result in developers opting out of the ETJ, and what that would mean to the city financially, and with other supports such as general fund activities, which those developments would use, whether in the city or not. I wanted to basically find out, with the UDO, would the developer be more or less inclined to come into the city? I see every indication that the developer declare what they needed. As this development agreement was mentioned, this development agreement is written for the UDO. It's not written for our current ordinances. To me, this document needs serious work. It basically says on the front, we give up, you win. That's the way I read it. We give up, you win. Just tell us what you want. And now I know there'll be pushback on that one, but that's the way that I read it. If our intent is on getting compliance with the requirements in the UDO, I see every inclination of the developer to declare that they need compensation or remuneration or some kind of a break financially in order to comply with what the city's requests were or are. And having read our development agreement, which I just said, it would be silly for them not to ask for financial incentives of some kind. To me, that just opens the door to say, ask us for the world and negotiate down from there. Just an open invitation to come up with something that requires the city to give them some kind of incentive to build and come into the city. Then they negotiate to what they possibly were going to build anyway and get something from us in the deal. That's a loser's approach, in my opinion. You're just asking to be taken advantage of. There are very few things I can think of that would incline the city to give a financial incentive to a builder. And who pays for that? We ought to see what they want to build without holding out any possibility of an incentive. And if we see something they are not even offering but benefits the entire city, then let us work toward that at that point. Generally, builders already know the kinds of developments that they're going to do because they've done them before. And they know where to make money and maximize their return on their investment. Things that we've asked them to do outside of that could easily cut into their profit. Well, since reducing profits is generally not acceptable, I guess they have a couple of choices. Either you can give them incentives or they can build what you want and mark up the price of the houses, which makes them less attractive to buyers, or they can opt out of the ETJ and build exactly what they want to. Regardless, they get water and sewer service in the city or out of the city and get to use our general fund items, as I said, parks, pool, library, and so forth, and probably police protection since we're the closest. It seems to me there is very little incentive for a developer to comply with the more expensive building requirements unless they get money back from the city. That's not acceptable to me, and my guess is to the citizens of Castroville. Right now, we're required to provide water and wastewater services if the capacity is there. We could also supply gas, but that's a competitive thing like telephone, as we don't have a corner on the gas market as far as I understand. So what do we get out of it if they decide not to be in the ETJ? We don't have responsibilities to maintain their streets or provide police protection, maybe, or develop any park areas in their development. If they're out of the ETJ, we provide water and wastewater. Do we do that just to the development edge, or are we responsible for all the water and wastewater infrastructure in the development? If we must maintain the infrastructure in the development, then we must have additional staff, spare parts, equipment, manpower, et cetera. Now we use general fund personnel to do a lot of street cuts, street maintenance, and so forth. Would we still be using those same general fund people to do service within a development outside of the ETJ that pays no taxes? I don't see the UDO does anything positive for us concerning development except to give a higher likelihood of developers opting out of being in the city limits, and maybe that's a good thing. Okay, now I'd like to hear what council
So,
has to say.
so let me ask you a question for clarity purposes. Appreciate your comments, but the underlying point is you believe that development agreements moving forward should utilize the CZO and the subdivision and the current ordinances and not a proposed ordinance that hasn't been adopted yet.
I don't see how I don't see how this is legal unless it
Okay,
is in compliance with our existing ordinances.
okay. David, did you like to make a comment?
So I had a question for Mr. Lee before I comment. That's okay.
Sure.
This item is listed for discussion and appropriate action, but there wasn't really a proposed action in the packet.
I didn't write that discussion, appropriate action. I just wanted discussion.
Oh,
That's all I asked for.
all right, thank you. That helps clarify.
That might have to do with me because I believe almost everything we put on there should have some type of action in the event they want to take action. That's why I always ask that that be included.
What kind of action can you take on this item?
Direct
I don't
staff.
see any.
Direct staff to follow a process, potentially.
Good, another agenda item for next time. Huh?
Okay.
So I had a question for Ms. Soto.
Hello.
Hi. Councilman Lee seems concerned that the CZO has the PUD process, which allows a certain amount of flexibility and negotiation with developers. Does an analogous process exist in the UDO? A process by which we can negotiate what kinds of uses and where they fall in the development?
Yes, so there are four different types of development in the UDO that they can follow, and each of those are percentages. So that allows for a lot of different flexibility. The only thing that's more restrictive in the UDO that we don't allow right now in the subdivision ordinance is that it does mandate a certain amount of commercial real estate. That's not something that's mandated in the current subdivision ordinance, but it is beneficial for the city if it comes in because typically sales tax bring in more revenue than property taxes do. And so that's why that is mandated in the UDO.
For clarity, just so you know, the ZZO, although not detailed, does have a plan unit development section.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's part of the I think part of the discussion is it's not defined. We're in the proposed.
Are you referring to the PD zoning?
Yes.
I would agree that that's underdefined.
So I have no argument with that. It's in there. It's just not, so it's kind of like a wide open. It's not necessarily defined.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And okay, thank you. That was my question for you.
I'll stay here in case there's-
I just wanted to comment that our existing ordinances, the CZO and the subdivision ordinance, are really substantially similar to codes all across the country from San Antonio to San Francisco. You might not see the number 1387487. Bruce, correct me.
I don't know what.
I thought you know that number.
I don't know.
You might not see that number, but you're going to see the same kinds of zones. You're going to see the same basic restrictions in each zone: the lot size, the lot width, the density per acre, the zone where you have single family, a zone where you have multifamily, a zone where you have commercial. You're going to see these same basic kinds of zones with the same basic restrictions across the nation. Developers have spent decades honing their product to fit codes like the CZO. I-410, 1604, the expanse of cookie cutter neighborhoods in between. If you just change the lot size, they fit the CZO. And Mr. Lee's argument seems to be that we should tailor our ordinances to fit with what a developer would like to do. Because he thinks that if they disagree with our ordinance at all, or if we ask for anything other than what they want to do, they'll just leave. I can't think of too many of my neighbors who would agree that we should tailor our ordinances to what developers want to see. I certainly don't.
Excuse me. I may be mistaken here, but I believe this particular agenda item is to follow our current ordinances when when working through development agreements, not following an ordinance that's proposed. Until such time that an ordinance is changed, we are duty bound, and I am duty bound to enforce the current ordinances. And the current ordinances are not, may not be being followed. Maybe, may not, but we need to follow those more than something that's proposed. And I believe that's the intent of this agenda.
My question was to discuss the pros and cons of
Okay,
the developer in the city under the current one versus the other one, and which one
okay,
would be more likely to be complied with to our benefit.
Yeah, because I thought
Okay.
David just responded to a direct
Okay.
statement from
okay.
Bob Lee.
And
Well, I may misunderstand the way it's written on the agenda then. I apologize on that.
it's certainly true that some developers would not like what they see in the UDO because it will not allow them to build the same things they build on 1604 and on 410 and in between.
Sure.
It is going to require either changes to their plans or a different sort of developer. And there are developers out there who do developments more in line with the UDO who very well may come to Castroville because they see they can do it here.
Sure.
There's a development in North DFW called Hometown, Texas, which is a delightfully cliche name. But they built something a lot like what the UDO envisions back in the late 80s, early 90s. And it's thriving. These sorts of developments can work, and there are more and more people interested in trying to do things like them. And so I think that just because the UDO might scare off someone who wants to copy and paste the same thing they built at Calabria in 1604 doesn't necessarily mean that we should just roll over and keep a code that looks more like the developers are used to and that they know how to take advantage of.
Mr. Murray, can I say something to that?
Absolutely.
Can we go down the line
Well,
first?
maybe not. I
But
guess it's his
his point
choice.
is that they'll leave if they don't like it. They won't leave.
No, let's,
They'll just won't come into the city. That's my point.
Mr.
Whether you're driving them in or out of the city by what you present to them, that's all.
In which case,
Okay.
I feel like we end up with much the same development we would get if we just stuck with our current codes.
gentlemen, hold on.
Lose little.
Mr. King,
Yeah, Bob, you mentioned that we have two developments right now where the developers came in on negotiated development, which are more stringent than the CZO. And we didn't give them any financial incentives at all. They did get to be able to not PUD, planned unit developments, but or was it a public utility or what was it that they did?
If you're talking about the heights of Castroville
Yeah.
and Flat Creek,
Yes.
both of those, they're coming in under a planned development district, right?
That's correct, but that's within our ordinances right now.
But where they're getting their revenues back.
Oh, the PID?
Yeah. Public improvement district.
Yeah, so
So
it
that,
is-
but the city of Castroville's not giving them any money for that. That's something they're getting on those.
That's why, do you like those developments?
I do, yeah. They're upscale developments. They're good.
They didn't need the UDO to do what we wanted to do and what they wanted to do.
They are more stringent than the CCO. And they came in, and the whole reason the P&Z asked for us to come through with the proposed development agreements is because they wanted to give something to the developers to say, we're going to be more stringent than, because when they offer to come into the city after the development agreement's made. They don't come into the city and then they change. So they're not going to come into the city, and they know what it's going to take to come into the city. And both those developers agreed to do it. So yes, they will bring their developments in here if they're the right kind of neighborhood. I have a good buddy of mine, a designer, who puts in subdivisions for one of the home builders that's between us and San Antonio. I met him kind of up in the hill country area. They're building a huge thing. They're clearing out the trees and building houses side by side that makes this the silos look small. And I mentioned I'm from Castroville, and I said, so what are you going to build down there? He said, we're not coming to Castroville. You guys are too stringent. Which made, in the back of my mind, I was saying yes, because I did not want that kind of development in Castroville. So I guess I'm just supporting what Mr.
Well, actually, you're supporting my point perfectly.
Well, no, because you're saying that they won't come in, but yes, the proper ones will come in, and that's all I have to say.
Mr. Marchman, did you have a comment? Ms. Martinez, did you have a comment on this?
Yeah. I've always been taught that, you use what is approved in an action and in action to base stuff off of. You don't base stuff off of stuff that's being worked, rules that are being worked. So I really truly feel that we shouldn't be basing any agreement or anything off of what the UDO says until the UDO is approved, because it
Okay.
makes no sense.
Okay, Mr. Lee, I'm going to ask you one time, did you want to propose any action associated with this?
Negative, it was strictly a information sharing about
Okay.
his perspective on the pros and the cons of one versus the other and how that would affect the city
Okay.
financially. Like I read about having to give support, do we give support to the house?
Okay.
If they're out of the city, TJ?
Let's make this quick.
Yeah, I'll try and make this
And
quick.
then just finish up.
Specifically referring to your point about all development agreements going before the Planning and Zoning Committee, or Commission, sorry.
Right,
Unless the city attorney has indicated that it needs to stay in executive session for some reason.
right.
Part of the reason we did this development agreement policy and worked through it over several painstakingly long sessions that you and I sat next to each other in,
Sure.
was that this was a way, even if a future development agreement has to stay in executive session, P&Z got their say and was able to get their input on essentially the starting point of negotiations.
Okay.
And future planning and zoning commissions could revisit this document and suggest changes to it if there are specific things in there that they want to see changed. And this sort of gives a way, even when something has to remain confidential for negotiation purposes, for the Planning and Zoning Commission to have input as a starting point. For when that's not possible.
I got it. Okay. No action on that. We've got our discussion. We'll talk more on that, I'm sure, as we move forward. Thank you. Let's move back to item B, which is discussion and possible action on the status of the proposed UDO and comprehensive plan.
I'd like to make a motion before we start discussion.
Actually, before you do that, I'm going to make a statement. And then I'm going to have people talk, and then you can make a motion.
I don't think that's.
No.
I think.
Go ahead, make your motion. Go ahead and make your motion.
You got to stay.
Go ahead and make the motion.
I move to amend the draft UDO to disallow ADUs in place type 2.5 and to place adoption of the comprehensive plan and modified UDO on the agenda for July 8th for discussion and appropriate action. May I explain that motion?
There's no
I'll
need to.
second it and then you come.
The motion and a second to basically amend it without the ADUs and move it towards the 24th for adoption. Motion
No,
made
sorry, not the 24th, July 8th. That's what I said.
July 8th. You don't want to do it tonight.
It's not noticed for tonight. We
You can,
can't.
yeah, you can. Trust me.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Yeah, you can.
You can do what?
I can do what I want to do with UDO tonight.
No,
Not
you
on the
can't.
agenda.
You can't adopt it. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
respectfully,
respectively.
even if you feel like we can, I don't feel that it was appropriately noticed on the
Okay,
agenda
Okay,
to make a motion to approve tonight,
Okay.
which is why I
So
said
Okay.
the
put it on for
recommended
July 8th.
motion says, I move to recommend adoption of the UDO.
That was if it had been noticed properly, but the language on the agenda got changed by the mayor and is no longer noticed
Okay.
properly. And that was just provided as backup.
actually,
That's what was-
we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Well, hang on, we're allowed discussion before we take a vote on an action.
I'm so sorry. Could I have the last part of your motion? I
You
got
can
the
read
part-
it.
well, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
We're allowed
Okay,
discussion,
then
but
I'm going to
we
have
vote.
my discussion right now, okay? And I'm going to make a couple comments to it, and hopefully that we can go from this. And I do know what's on the agenda, and I do know what I've talked to the city attorney about. There is no need for a staff report on the proposed comprehensive plan and UDO at this time. City council has all the information needed to make a decision on how to proceed. This agenda's item does say, discuss and possible action on the status of the proposed UDO and comprehensive plan. My comments are the entire process concerning the proposed UDO has divided this city, and in my opinion, it needs to end today. The number one issue during the recent election process that put me in this chair as the mayor was the development agreements the city had made in conflict with our current ordinances and the push to change ordinances to meet the desired outcome that supports more dense development of the city. People were told that the new proposed UDO would only apply to new developments and that the city as we know it would be left alone. As more information became available to the public, other motives in approving the UDO were exposed that would have a direct impact on the quality of life within the layout of the city that has remained basically unchanged for more than 30 years. Through the contractor hired by the city to lead the charge on the proposed UDO, citizens became increasingly upset over the impact the proposed changes would have on their life. Add to that the appearance that the city, through the efforts of some elected and non-elected leaders of the community, was not open and clear on the details of proposed changes. This created suspicions that the city was making deals with representatives of developers based on development and zoning rules and ordinances that had not been officially adopted. It is my position, and I would hope I have city council support and recommendation for the city council to end any further discussion on the proposed UDO and review and amend the current CZO and subdivision ordinance as needed. Therefore, I would like to, and I know you already made yours, but I'm going to make my comment too. So council can go from there. Therefore, I would recommend to entertain a motion to immediately terminate all future discussion on the proposed UDO and deny the adoption of the proposed comprehensive plan and unified development ordinance as presented to city council. That's a status update of the UDO. I'm recommending it die here tonight.
Yeah.
That's a status update.
I understand, Mayor. You asked me to challenge you. Remember our conversation, so I'm just, I
Call it.
want to be clear. That, what you're stating, I believe you can make that motion, but the question I think David Mers had was, can I adopt the UDO tonight? I think that's what he thought you were saying. Can we adopt it tonight? And we can't. Like, you can't. I don't think it's noticed properly for adopting the UDO and comprehensive plan. If you want to entertain a motion that says we're going to kill it tonight, I think you could. I don't think you need a special motion to do that. But to adopt a comprehensive plan or a UDO, you have to have proper notice, et cetera, and you don't have that. So that's what I was referring to. I apologize.
Okay, no problem.
Clarify.
I know based on a written response from the city attorney, it cannot be adopted tonight.
You're right. Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah.
But I know that city council can action to stop it.
Yes. And I did not understand that was what you were trying to
Okay. And that's my proposal. But you have a motion on the floor. You have a second.
Do we want to get the
And
citizens' comments?
let's go ahead, if we'd like to. Patrick Connor.
I don't think that you should throw out the UDO. I think that you should support it. If there's things in it, it needs to be changed. I want to understand something. The development agreement that we were talking about was developed under UDO plans. It was not. Okay, so that's a misinformation. Okay. Is the UDO stronger or weaker than the CZO for development?
Address things right here. I don't know. I can't answer that. It's all in how someone, I guess, perceives it. It's subjective.
Who's subject?
Pardon me?
Who makes the decision of how you subject that?
Well, I believe our current ordinances are strong. Just
Right.
need amendments to them.
Okay.
As was spoken by a city council member more than a year ago.
Okay,
This dais.
okay,
I believe we should review and amend what we have.
okay. We have a UDO on the
We don't have
process.
UDO.
We have a
it's
UDO proposed.
That's correct.
Do you think it's stronger or weaker than the CZO?
I'm not going to go back and forth here.
No, I'm asking you, don't,
I can't answer that right now.
okay.
Well, actually, we can all talk, can we not?
This is not designed to be an exchange.
Really?
This is not designed, we said that when we did these public participation forums. to
So,
be an
so
exchange.
basically I get up, say my piece, sit down, and that's the end of it.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Although a majority vote of council could enable a back.
That is
and forth.
correct. I did say that too. If the majority of council supported a conversation, then that would be based on a majority of the city council.
So we just say that I support a conversation.
No, make a motion.
I make a motion that we support, let Patrick support a open.
An exchange?
Discussion, exchange.
Okay,
Second.
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. We have all opposed? Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So you can't answer that question.
I can't
Okay.
because I have, I object to the UDO.
Right.
I enforced the CZO for years. I know. what
Because
it
that's
says.
there.
I know
It's
what it
current,
says.
it's current, and you're familiar with that.
Absolutely.
And it's good. And you're familiar with the UDO or no?
I disagree with several components of it.
Okay. And are those components weaker or stronger than the CZO
In what way?
in the benefit to the city?
I don't believe they provide the benefit to the majority of the city that people believe they do.
Okay, and what points are those?
I don't believe this city should have to be, have more dense development. I'm against that.
Say it again.
More dense development.
Okay.
And that's in the UDO. I think that's a major problem.
Okay.
Okay. I don't agree with the changes in dimensions on properties. I don't agree with, and it's more than the CZO. You have to pull out the subdivision ordinance too, because the UDO combines ordinances.
And so the UDO requires smaller lot sizes?
Yes,
Can they?
Allows,
it allows those, and
Okay.
and
but not in existing single-family areas.
I'm not going to sit and debate the UDO.
Okay.
My understanding of the UDO is that in the as-built areas in this town, the neighborhood's already built, the old historic River Bluff, Country Village, those, it does not change anything in
Okay.
those areas.
Okay.
In the new areas to the east, it does have options to make smaller lots than what our current ordinances say, which are subdivision, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I have to speak up on this because our current subdivision ordinance in the PUD does not have a minimum lot size. It does not have one. That's dictated throughout that PUD process.
Excuse me.
Correct.
I said I wasn't going to ask for a staff report. Now, that would be up to city council if they wanted to offer a staff report.
Okay, but we are clarifying. It's our role to
Fine.
clarify fact. And Phil King just made a comment that
Okay.
was not factually
Good.
correct. So that's what
Okay.
we're trying to do.
Yes, so in our existing subdivision ordinance, there is no minimum lot size for a PUD. That is not, we do actually have now a requirement for minimum lot size for new developments in the UDO, which is 3,500 square foot lot sizes. Yes, that sounds small, but when you look at it in scale of where those can be in conjunctions with how much commercial has to go there and also open space, it is a bit more restrictive than what our current subdivision ordinance allows. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, anytime I make a mistake and speak out, please correct me right then and there.
Okay. So say that again. The UDO
Our existing ordinances do not have a minimum lot size
does not have a minimum lot size.
for expansion and development, which all of the new subdivision. So everybody who's saying that the new development agreements were not in accordance with our ordinances is incorrect. Those development agreements were in accordance with our ordinances, our planned unit development, which is a part of the ordinances. That doesn't go outside of that. That's not something special that we made up. That's been on the books since 2002. So they're all in accordance with that. I think there's maybe even a variance for, I think Alsatian notes for maybe like a curve radius at some point, but they are in accordance with your subdivision ordinance that is currently on the books.
Well, and essentially, just to explain, I think it's maybe beneficial for council to understand kind of how we got to where we are with the development agreements. When I got here, the Alsatian Oaks agreement had already been done. When subsequent developers came to the city and said, well, we see what Alsatian Oaks did, we want to do that. we began having conversations with council to understand, well, what do you like about that agreement? What do you not like? What would you like to see more of? What would you like to see less of? And that became the basis for then the other development agreements that followed. It really wasn't about a precursor to the UDO, et cetera. When we went down the road of getting a development agreement and policy in place, yes, by that time there had been public meetings about the UDO, et cetera, and it only to us made sense to have a conversation about, okay, if we're going to develop a policy that tells developers and staff, here's what the city would really like to see in these development agreements, then what are there aspects that we've now discussed publicly as part of that UDO process that should be included? But that's how we ended up where we are. It really wasn't, I mean, it's been a morph, if you will. It's been taking this template of what was done at Alsatian Oaks.
The agenda item is the status of the proposed UDO and comp plan. And either prove it or move forward, or we're not. That's what we're going to talk about. That's what's on this agenda. It's not about the specifics of the UDO. It's not about, ma'am, excuse me, discussion and take action on the status proposed UDO and comp plan. We're talking about the status of it, moving forward. We're not going to go back and spend an hour here talking about the details of the UDO that we've talked about for over the last 2 years. Excuse me. We're going to talk about the status of it. There's a motion on the floor to exclude ADUs. Am I correct? And push it and put it on the January and put it, we are discussing.
Well, I think other citizens still want to talk.
Okay, we can. But Mr. Connor, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up because we need to have other conversations on this. But it's specific to the status of it, basically moving forward. And we're not here to set and relive the details of the UDO.
And when you say the status, what is the status right now?
The status of it right now is, I believe, if I read the information correctly, that it has gone through P&Z. P&Z has made a recommendation, and staff is recommending approval of it. That's the status of it right now.
Okay.
And City Council has the authority by majority vote to say no, denied, go away, or place it on a future agenda for consideration and approval.
Okay.
That's the status of it right now.
So the status is the P&Z approved, staff approves recommendation.
My understanding is P&Z has recommended approval with conditions, and staff has provided a document recommending approval.
I concur with the staff recommendations.
All right, thank you. Okay. Mickey Holzhaus.
I don't have, I pass. Thank you.
He has a B.
Oh, see him.
Okay. Excuse me. We have a motion, we have a second. David, would you like to explain your motion, please?
I would. Thank you for asking. This motion does two things. It sets it for second. It sets a date for final consideration, so we can make a properly noticed decision on the future of the UDO draft. And first, it makes ADUs no longer allowed in the place type 2.5, which is all the areas currently zoned for single-family residential in the city of Castroville. This would reduce the changes to existing single-family residential areas to basically zero. Same lot sizes, same number of lots per block, same lot widths, same uses. This is a compromise because while I think ADUs are important and would be a benefit to the city of Castroville, there are a lot of other things I see as more important that the UDO also does. As an example, the area around Fiorella, Paris Street, and Houston Square, an area we celebrate every month, where we hold events like the proposed car show, cannot be built by right under the CZO. The exception that allows those businesses to operate without off-street parking specifies the streets around Houston Square. You can't build it somewhere else by right. However, Walmart can be built under the CZO. Highway 90 east of the river, like you said several meetings ago, you do not like. You think it's the ugliest part of town. That can be built by right under the CZO and subdivision ordinance. The commercial area of Alsatian Oaks can be built under our ordinances. Again, go check Facebook. Look how people feel about the big box stores and giant strip malls coming in the Alsatian Oaks commercial area. Our neighbors do not want these things. We don't want the same sea of parking lots, big box stores, and strip malls that coat I-410 and Loop 1604. That's San Antonio. That's not Castroville. The UDO, however, effectively bans such commercial development. You cannot build a big box store under it. You can't build an H-E-B or a Home Depot and drive our local businesses out of business. Why not? Because they're too big. The UDO specifies maximum block sizes of 330 feet or 720 feet with a 60-foot pedestrian break in the center. Walmart is over 330 feet from front to back and over 480 feet long.
We're not going over the details of the UDO.
I'm sorry, but I think it's relevant to this discussion.
No, we're not. We're not going, it's the status of the UDO.
How can you debate the future of the UDO without debating the contents of the UDO?
We've debated that for 2 years. This is not a debate on the particulars of the UDO. This is, you made a motion.
Mayor.
So please allow me to, I have 15 minutes to discuss an item.
I didn't say I want to kill it. I said I want to terminate.
You did.
You want to terminate, what's the
You
difference?
did.
Okay,
So
excuse
he's
me.
arguing against that.
You cannot build Walmart. Which
No,
is
he has a motion
Excuse
that
me.
he's supporting.
And I'm trying
Excuse me.
to explain that motion.
Okay.
Mayor. You cannot build Walmart under the UDO because the maximum block size is 330 feet. Walmart is more than 330 feet front to back, and it's almost 500 feet side to side. You can't fit that on the 330 by 330 blocks mandated by the UDO. You know what you can build? The small buildings on small lots with little parking and lots of space for people to enjoy themselves, like we have on Fiorella, on Paris, and around Houston Square. This is exactly what the commercial areas in the UDO are encouraged and envisioned to be, and in fact, it's what it requires. We could have our current ordinances, which disallow our favorite areas and allow a copy paste of all the development we hate with the appropriate traffic. Or we could make a change and go to the UDO, which disallows soulless anywhere USA commercial areas and encourages areas like the one that is the beating heart of our city. I think that's worth a compromise. And that's why I recommend to remove ADUs as an allowed item in zone P2.5. If you agree with me that we should adopt the UDO, you should vote yes to this motion, make a compromise on ADUs in current single-family areas, and set a date to vote on the UDO to approve it. If you disagree, you should also vote yes to this motion so that we can set a date to finally kill the UDO in a properly noticed manner. I am open to consider amendments to my motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. King?
Yeah, I support what David said. The one thing, Mayor, you'd mentioned that everybody in town voted for you because of.
I didn't say everybody
Well,
voted for
excuse me,
me.
you were elected with the promise that there was the UDO was going to create
No,
high
sir,
density.
I did not say that
Okay, if
either.
I misquoted what you said, what I took what you said is that the UDO basically changes our current ordinances to allow higher density. And as we've heard tonight, it doesn't. The UDO restricts higher density than increases higher densities. And I think the citizens, in a totally open forum, I think the citizens deserve the right to give comment in a properly noticed meeting on the UDO, up or down, and not by this wordage that a lot of us didn't even understand, and I'm sure the citizens didn't understand, and you had to make the statement that, well, what the attorney said I could do this. But I think, yes, I think we should set a date for adoption, and then city council at that meeting, after citizens' comments, can make the decision, yes or no, on UDO. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. Any other comments?
I have a lot to say, but I'm not sure what to say because I really don't understand the meaning of the word status here. And so it's a bit confusing to me. And a lot of the things that Mr. Mert said about you can't do. You can do. You can do it with a development agreement or a PUD. Okay, can't you? under, I just,
I'm saying that under the UDO, those things can't be done.
they can. You can do anything with agreements and whatnot, and you can do them with the PUD, under the current one too. Okay, whatever you want to do.
Okay.
And so, you know my feeling, I think this
Okay.
UDO is a bad fit for us. However, I'm not unwilling to let some time go by. It appears to me that everybody here doesn't have the same interpretation of what we can and can't do with those two documents.
Mr. Marchman.
Yes, I sat through 2 years suffering with Simple City, Matt Lewis. I think a lot of us were disrespected in public with no support from our leadership to defend us. So we would go back and back, and it kept happening. I was told as a citizen that Mr. Lewis, under his new rules, he could bulldoze anything he wanted to, include historic buildings. Goes on and on and on. Then we end up on 505 Houston Street, where we're gonna tear down half of a building, historic, and put in 15 houses. And that's what got me off the couch, to begin. And so as we end up here, my question as I look back over that experience, which was awful, was that why did we spend $556,000 to do something we could have done a lot cheaper to amend our own CZO? I don't believe that we had to spend that kind of money to get to this point where I don't trust that document, never will, after what I lived through. And for me, it was dishonesty. And I'm not saying anybody in particular, but Matt Lewis, every time something came out of his mouth. So as I feel, and I think that's why 75% of the vote voted for Mr. Mayor here. And that's my 2 cents on this.
Can I ask staff for clarification on an item?
We go through first.
Okay.
Sheena?
The UDO was, instead of fixing the current ordinances, was this grand idea, let's combine them, make them one, less confusion. I understand we were told that there were contradictions in the 2 ordinances, the CZO and the development one. And those were supposed to be easy fixes. This is, when they started bringing this up, same thing. I was told this was going to apply to new development. Okay, fine and dandy. Then we started providing confusion to the citizens because, and I've said this every meeting when this has come up, changing the zoning names, changing the rules for the zones and everything, and it has caused nothing but problems and confusion. I read this on my flight to Japan, my 11 hours on the plane. And it was like, okay, I'm still against alleys. I've lived in areas that had alleys. Crime goes up, trash all over the place, flooding. No, get rid of the freaking alleys. And then I found a new thing. Parking, 5.41. Parking shall not be the driver of site planning. The standards in the UDO support this notion by eliminating minimum parking requirements. We cannot do that. Federal law requires so many parking spaces, depend on what it is, and then ADA requires so many of those parking spaces to be handicapped. So right there and then, it's like, no. I'm for taking the recommendation document, that's what this is, bringing the CZO and the other development ordinance, plugging in the updates from the UDO into that, getting rid of any contradictions, and we're back on track. But no, I cannot support the UDO being approved. I really can't.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to make a comment and then I'll let you ask your question. Okay? City council is the vote. I don't vote in the event of a tie, but I can make my suggestions and recommendations. And I would hope the city council would not approve the motion on the floor, but intend to turn around and issue a motion as suggested by me. Go ahead, Mr. Mercer.
Ms. Soto, can we demolish historic buildings under the UDO? In a way that is different than under the CZO? Have the rules been loosened about demolishing?
No, the demolishing of historic buildings is the exact same.
Okay.
That's correct.
And will alleyways be added to any existing areas if the UDO is adopted?
No, the alleyways language was taken straight from our existing subdivision ordinance and placed into the UDO. So it's something we already have in our subdivision ordinance.
And then I have a question for Mrs. Martinez as well. Would you support an amendment to my motion adding, because you mentioned that there are federal regulations mandating minimum amounts of parking. Would you support an amendment to my motion requiring those federal regulations to be, those federal minimums to be added to the document?
I cannot.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just letting you know that that is already in the UDO also. It already has where it has to meet all ADA requirements. So that's already covered in there too.
Okay.
But not the federal law, the parking.
Okay.
Yeah, all ADA requirements and parking requirements.
Thank you.
I read verbatim what it
I
says
read
in
it
the
a few
document.
times too.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor and a second on the floor. All in favor?
Okay,
Would you reread the motion?
Absolutely.
we still have discussion.
We just did. We just did have discussion. Okay?
I guess, did Phil have more he wanted to say before I reread my motion?
Yeah, because, but the way you can stop is if you have.
Go ahead.
Stop motion, but
Go
anyway. It seems everybody up here, even earlier tonight, says, well, we got this problem with the CZO and we need to combine them, we gotta do all this. Here, we have staff that has spent a lot of time, we have spent hours and hours in the P&Z, very knowledgeable people in the P&Z have merged these documents into something. I remember listening to a briefing by staff about how this new document, it makes it so simple. You go down this table, you come across here, it tells you what's required. The old way, you got to go into this ordinance, and we know in the past we've missed things because of that. And so here we have a document that for 2 years, $400,000, 500. So this council wants to waste that money instead of, why don't we just have, like several people suggested, why don't we just have a simple question and answer? Anybody who has a question, ask staff. Staff could respond. Staff's not going to lie to us. Staff's going to respond and tell us exactly what it says. To give that opportunity and to give citizens the opportunity to discuss this. I think at the very least, the citizens ought to be noticed that we're going to do this and vote it up or down. And I think we need to give the citizens the opportunity to do that.
Okay, I want to make last comment and then we're going to vote on this. The citizens has been pointed out many times by this council, by the previous council, administration, and staff, has had multiple chances to input. Multiple times. There's been multiple hearings. There's been multiple things, multiple questions posed, multiple this. So the fact to delay anything for another meeting, in my opinion, does nothing but delay what the inevitable is. So I'm going to call for a vote. We have a motion and a second. All in favor of that?
Well, hang on. Let me reread the motion.
Go ahead.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
I move to amend the draft UDO to disallow accessory dwelling units in place type 2.5 and to place adoption of the comprehensive plan and modified UDO on the agenda for July 8th for discussion and appropriate action.
Is that the motion that you made previously?
I just read it off the same sticky note,
And
sir.
you still have your second?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
All right, the motion failed. I would now entertain a motion to immediately terminate all future discussion on the proposed UDO and deny the adoption of the proposed comprehensive plan and unified development ordinance as presented to City Council.
Question?
I'm asking for a motion.
I move to table the item.
I second it.
You'll make that motion?
Hang on, I think I made one first.
I second it.
Motion made and second to table the item. All in favor?
Well, hang on, discussion.
All in favor?
I think
Of
he
the
wants to say
table,
something.
to table the item?
Can we take a 5-minute break? I think we need to.
No, go ahead, please. I want to go through this.
Let me, you read something that you wanted to be a motion.
Yes,
Nobody made that motion.
Mr.
You made
Marchman
that
did.
motion. Okay. And so nobody seconded it.
Then we got an opportunity. We went to
I'm
the
sorry, I
table
didn't
real
hear the
quick.
motion that he made.
He just said, I will make that motion, but he
Okay.
made that
I'm
motion
sorry.
after David had said what he
Okay.
said, and it was seconded by Phil. It was like,
Okay,
Okay, I'm sorry. So if we're gonna put this in the meeting, you need to say it. If you don't mind, or I
okay,
need the.
but
I
it
need
doesn't
the-
matter because you have a motion.
there's a motion to table and a
I want
second to
to,
table.
and I apologize. I just want to clarify for Robert's rules. There actually isn't discussion when it's a motion to table.
No.
If the motion is table, it's just a motion to
It's-
table,
it's-
and you take the up-down
all-
vote.
all in
Either it gets
favor-
tabled or done.
All in favor of the table? Aye. All opposed to table?
Well, hang on.
There's no discussion on
Aye.
table.
Table.
Okay, to
Make a
table.
motion, table. Aye.
Table it,
Table it?
table it.
Okay.
The reason why I say table it is because I would like for them to bring it back, plug into the recommendations of this document into the two ordinances we already have, and modernize the ordinance.
But that's not going to happen in 2 weeks. You're talking another 6 months, 8 months, year down the road, working on something that, I'm just being honest
Yeah.
with you.
Oh, I know.
It's because, well, let me back up.
Well,
In
hang
my-
on, you still haven't asked for your nays, by the way.
Hang on,
So there's three.
okay? Because I'm telling you right now, what was my proposal was to hand these off to the P and Z and come back with recommendations. So the whole thing's going to be redone anyway. Do you want to table it?
Your motion was no further discussion
Right.
you by council. You basically said we cannot discuss it anymore.
Well, we've got 3 ayes.
So I'm saying that I would have seconded it.
I'm going to ask you a
Never
question.
did, and you talked about
I'm
it.
going to ask you a question. Robert's Rules of Order specifically. Can the chair make a motion? You
No,
sure?
You can I'm
Sure.
I'm not the Robert's
No.
Rules guy, but as far as I know, no, you ask for.
Generally not.
Yeah, you ask for a motion,
Okay,
and then if someone, like you've been doing,
Okay.
and then if someone will make that motion, then that's kind of how you would do that.
No, 'cause
okay.
you can't vote.
I'd like to have a workshop.
But that we're asked a question,
We've
how
got
many
3 ayes
ayes?
is all I know of that. 'Cause y'all
All
were
right,
really quick.
all in favor of tabling it?
I already said aye.
Okay. Again?
All opposed to tabling it?
I'd say nay. I'm the only one.
Are you thinking about it?
Are you going to vote?
I know I'm old and it's not like that. I want this to come back up for us to talk about again, about a way forward and not waste everything that's been invested.
Okay.
And so we're tabling it, which means it can come back up
Okay.
again.
It's tabled.
So I am in favor of tabling it. So put my vote with the tables
Okay,
4 ayes, 1 nay.
or the chairs or whatever.
okay. Thank you. Let's move on to item number D. Okay. Mr. Connor, did you want to speak on item D? Item D is discussion possible action regarding the reservation of water rights with the Nueces River Authority. Do you want me to make my comments first, or you want to do yours?
I approve staff recommendation to get as many different diverse water sources as possible. Go for it,
Okay.
both.
On the Nueces River Authority one, I just want to make a comment. This was first proposed to be put on the agenda as a presentation, and I said there's really no need for a presentation. but yet it found its way as a presentation. So,
It's not a presentation, is
It's
it?
under discussion.
well, in some of your support information, there's a presentation.
Right,
provided.
because I needed to provide backup to council about what this is about.
Okay, so it's not a presentation.
No,
So
it's
just
not
let
a
me tell you,
presentation.
okay, my position is I do not agree with the need to have, to need to pay for the potential future water rights from the proposed desal project proposed by the Nueces River Authority at this time. The cost to reserve these water rights for a future project is comparable to the cost to purchase additional Edwards Aquifer unrestricted water rights today to meet the future needs of the city, with not necessarily an end in sight specific. They're planning. While some cities have opted into this project, both of the largest
Keep going. That's for after you finish that.
water utilities in the county and the Medina County Regional Water Alliance, which the city of Castroville is part of, have agreed not to participate at this time, although each entity can do their own thing. I'm asking city council to join me in saying no to this proposal at this time.
This was handed to you by the lady at the podium.
Okay. Robert Rubin, Mayor, as a presiding officer, can make and second motions, but they are also subject to the same rules as other members in terms of debating and voting.
Can you clarify the source of this information?
Robert's Rules of Order.
No, the source.
Uh,
This was an AI-generated overview from
Oh,
a search engine.
I don't know.
Oh, you mean about the river authorities? Yeah,
No,
we don't have an attorney present. We're not gonna get.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to defer that and we'll
I'd
look
be
at
happy to
that.
discuss that with you during.
We'll look at that at future. Anyway, on the Nueces River Authority, the desal water, I seen in the packet, it's like $13,000
Yeah. so-
for 500,000, so that's roughly $9,500 an acre foot. Because there's 325,000 gallons in an acre foot. So, and you're gonna buy water at 12. And then one of the questions, and I'm sure we'll get an answer real quick, was presented to the Regional Water Alliance. A question was posed, this amount of money that's being paid basically to buy into the project, is it a one-time payment or is it an annual payment until you're up and running? And there wasn't a really good answer on that.
So there is a representative from
Yes,
Nueces River Authority here if you want to ask questions. But my
Sure.
understanding is it is a one-time payment. And just if you would like to hear staff's kind of perspective on this, we aren't locked into anything at this stage. If you think about it that way, I mean, what I was thinking about is, one, water is a scarce resource. This is a big project. We have water acquisition funds for what would be a relatively small amount of money, $13,000. We could secure 100% of what we're currently pumping, 500,000 gallons, whatever it was. So that was just my thought process. It doesn't lock us in. It leaves us. But the issue is that they do have, this is like an investment, if you will, a tranche. They have a certain amount of capacity with this first part of the phase of the project. And that capacity is just about spoken for. There's only a few million gallons, if you will, unspoken for. So that's why it's on tonight's meeting, is because if the city were interested, then we would need to act quickly. But that's as much as I know about it. And again, I defer to your knowledge. Now, I will say that your pricing and the city's pricing is different. And that's maybe one thing that you may have.
Well, is that 500,000 gallons, is that a day or is that an annual amount?
No, that's 5,000 gallons a day.
Per day.
Yeah.
500,000 gallons a day, okay.
Correct.
That doesn't meet the city's requirements. It's close.
Right.
Yeah.
It's close. But again, the idea was,
Yeah.
you know, for $13,000, you secure that.
I guess my
And you can
question
spend
is
more,
a
right?
one-time payment or is it continuous?
It's two payments, once this year and once next year, and then you're locked in those water rights.
So it's 20, okay. And no more?
Correct. You won't pay any more until the water is brought to the city, then you will be paying for the water that you have purchased.
What's the projected cost of water coming to the city?
Right now, the category 6 is estimate is between $10 and $12 per thousand.
$12 per thousand, $36,000 an acre foot. Más o menos.
Sir, can he announce who he is, so I'll have
I'm
it for my
sorry.
records, if you don't mind?
Thank you.
Introduce yourself.
Yes, Travis Pruski, the Chief Operations Officer for the Nueces River Authority. And I'm not sure how far you want me to go into explain the project or answer questions, however y'all like to handle this today.
And Travis, your CEO you live in the general area and so does your CEO, is that right?
I live in Wilson, at the Wilson Atascosa County line. Our executive director lives just about a few miles up the hill in Castroville, just outside of Castroville, and then our offices are in Uvalde.
Yeah. All right, sorry, keep.
I think overall desal is the future. I got it. But it comes down to the cost benefit. And your plant is going to be built where at? Three Rivers area?
It'll be built in Port Aransas because we'll be using marine desal.
Port Aransas.
Correct.
So who pays for the piping to get here?
It'll all be part of the group of that payment. So I'll give a little bit of background. So we've been looking at water supply for quite a long time. We are part of Region L and Region N water planning group. If you're not familiar with the Nueces River Authority, we service about 31 counties. We have a few partial ones, 21 counties in whole that we represent through the Nueces River Authority. Of course, starts in Edwards, Real, comes through here all the way down to Corpus Christi. We have been part of the water planning process for a long time, and water supply has been very important to us and the dwindling futures of our aquifers. And we're looking at all types of different solutions to that. And we came to this conclusion that the mass water we need for our region and the surrounding regions is large-scale marine desal. We will be building a plant near Port Aransas. The first phase will be 100 million gallons a day, and we're building everything to capacity to go up to 400 to 500 million gallons as needed to the customers that we provide this water to. That pipeline will come up to the I-37 corridor, and it'll be branches off in different directions to different communities that need them. Right now, we have roughly about 40 million gallons that's coming to the San Antonio area, so it'll be west, south, and east of San Antonio. Those are communities that and water districts who have bought these water rights, so that water is coming to the area. We just wanted to give the opportunity to City of Castroville if this is something they would like to participate in. We would love to have you guys as part of the group, but we're definitely not saying you got to take this water or else kind of thing. We're presenting an opportunity to diversify your water platform. I believe in my whole heart, I've been working very hard on this for 5 years. I believe my children are going to be drinking desal water, or they're going to be drinking recycled water. And this is that next phase, is how do we plan to get this water up here? And it's long-term planning. It is a moonshot, so to speak. It's a pretty aggressive project to get here. But one of the things about being one of the initial water rights holders of the first 100 million gallons is when we scale up to the next 100 million or so on and so forth, you'll have those first water rights before other communities who didn't get on the first round get to have those water rights for future growth that comes to the area if that's something you need, or if you're losing your groundwater, things like that. We project the water plant to be online roughly by 2029, and we hope that water can be up here 2030 by 2031 roughly is our estimate. The pipeline is, of course, the largest part of the process is getting the water up to all the different locations. Two of your neighbors, Hondo and Lytle, did sign on along with Benton City Water District. Again, we just wanted to give this opportunity to you if there's something that would interest the city, maybe benefit you to diversify your water platform in the future. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may or may not have.
I have a question.
Mr. Marchman? Excuse me.
Just curious in the process, but what do you do with the salt?
It'll be the brine will be discharged back into the Gulf. So we're doing that. So there's two plants, by the way. So there's two projects. The city of Corpus Christi is trying to do a desal plant in the harbor, there by the harbor bridge, if you know where the baseball field is. And then we are doing one that'll take water from the Gulf, and then we're going to return it into the Gulf.
So the salinity in the Gulf will go up substantially?
Within about 200 meters, 300 meters, there will be no change in the salt in content of the water. Yes. That's why we choose to go marine desal versus the bay desals, go off into the Gulf, is because we could scale up to that 400 to 500 million gallons along the way without having any environmental impact to the water, because the water turns so quickly underwater where we're going to be doing it. We're going to be roughly discharging about 2.5 miles into the Gulf at about 40 feet depth below the water. So that current down there is, if you ever been in it moves quickly.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then, 29, you should be completed, meaning you have a pipe up here.
The plant should be completed by 29, somewhere between 29 and 31, we'll have the water up here. The land acquisition and the pipelining up to this area is the longest piece, obviously. So that we're working on that. Senate Bill 7 that did pass in the Texas legislature, the House Bill 7 was a new Texas water bill that we're all going to be voting on in November. That does include TxDOT giving right-of-ways for water pipelines for these types of projects. So that it'll speed up that timeline of coming up the I-37 corridor.
One last question. Are you susceptible to hurricanes in any way in Texas?
So there's a couple of parts of that. So when the intake and discharge valve are going to be 30 plus feet underwater, so there's no impact for hurricanes there where our discharge and intake valves are. That also will have no environmental impact. So like if there's a red tide or there's an oil spill, we'll be deep enough in the water that we won't be impacted by that. And then desal is made around the world on the coastline. It's made all over Japan, all that. So of course, hurricane, we might be down for a day or two, but these facilities are built for that type of environment because that's where they're all located. They're on the coastlines.
Thank you.
The Caribbean, I think there's 15 plants just in the Caribbean alone that provide their desal to all the little islands out there.
Yeah, Florida has 3, and
Correct.
yeah, but I grew up around the ones in Florida and what have you, and the Caribbean, and they, like you said, are built to handle hurricanes as often as they get hammered. It's a solid.
We don't want to be your sole source. We want to be a part of your water portfolio. And in the future, if that's needed to go that way, 10, 20, 30, 40 years or whatever happens to our aquifers, you'll have that pipeline to be able to, take care of the city's needs. That's what our goal is at the River Authority, is to be able to prepare for that future, which I think our water is going to be pretty, it's going to be scarce.
Phil?
And is it cheap? It's not the cheapest, no, but it's the cost of no water versus the cost of having this water.
Okay.
Obviously, it's more expensive.
Phil, you have a question?
Yeah, a long time ago, I was in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, and we used the sal water there. But if I remember right, they sweetened it with spring water. Do they still do that today?
I don't know what they do in Saudi Arabia. So if you're familiar with the desal project, the RO process that it goes through, we're actually going to break it back down to H2O. So there'll be nothing in the water when the desal process is complete. What we do have to do then is put it through a limestone bedding to add some calcium in it, because if water's too pure, it'll actually destroy the pipeline it comes in. So we will re-add calcium to it to get it on the pipeline up here, but that'll be it. There'll be no other, we're not adding any additives, fluoride or any of those things. None of that stuff will be added at the time. There'll be a little bit of chlorine at different pumping stations so that it's disinfected, but that'll be it. There will be no additives to the water.
Some years ago, when SAWS acquired Bear Met, and they had a water treatment facility that came off Medina Lake. And I remember a presentation by SAWS that says they couldn't use that water. They were forced by legislatures to take the system. But because they said in SAWS system, they couldn't mix recycled water from the lake with their spring water. But that's no problem with mixing this desaled water into our pipe systems with our spring-fed water, or is there a problem?
I don't believe there will be, but there'll be the process of, if you were to join, that's what that money that we're asking for the people is to get with the engineers to you'll know all the pitfalls of the water project before you have to commit that. Because there will be a point we have to do a take or pay contract for this water for it to come here. And so that's what your upfront money is, to do that engineering for each individual city and in planning that pipeline.
Basically, everybody's water system would have to have an additional treatment to make the chemical.
There'll be some type of blending system most likely required.
You can't just blend them.
Yeah, I'm anticipating that at the delivery point, we'd have something like that.
Okay.
That's it.
David, did you have comments on this?
Yeah, so my comment, I fully expect that the bill is going to be frightfully high in terms of how much it actually costs to get the water here, get it integrated with our system. Hundreds of miles of pipeline are not cheap. However, we have one water source, and it's shared with a much, much larger city for which it is one of several water sources. Right now, we're being asked for a relatively small amount as a portion of the city's budget to reserve the right to say yes in the future. If a few years from now when it's coming online, we think that maybe we'll say, you know what, our situation's improved, we're fine, we have this other plan, but maybe the situation will have gotten worse and that high cost to get the pipeline here will seem substantially more reasonable because it's our only option. And so I think that reserving rights now does make sense, just to keep our options open, because this is a very, again, on the scale of the city's budget, this is a relatively small amount of water to keep an option open for the future.
And this could come out of the water rights issue.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee, is SAWS involved in this at all?
They are not.
No.
They're, how come? They're doing their own?
We, as the Nueces River Authority, thought it was best for us to run this project through. One of the key things for us is we represent the smaller communities throughout the basin, and we wanted to make sure that we had control with you guys to make sure that that water gets to the cities and water districts that it needs to get to versus a large water entity to take over control. So that was very important to us. We have a great working relationship with SAWS. They're familiar with our project. We've discussed it. They may or may not purchase some of this water when the time comes. But we wanted to make sure before we allowed that water to get to large communities that the smaller communities and the smaller water districts had first chance to join on the project. That was very important. And I appreciate what you guys do here. I was the mayor and the city council for City of Poth for 12 years, so I understand all the hard work y'all did today and what you're doing to do this forward. That's why I'm here. I want to live in that area again for my whole life. I want my kids to live there, but if we don't find the large water scale project, my kids aren't probably living in the Poth area. I don't think we're gonna have many people living in this part of the area 10, 20, 30 years from now. That's why we're doing this project.
What size pipeline are you talking about?
Oh, we're in design phases with that. One of the things is the key is to know exactly how much water is coming up here before we'll be able to finalize that. There's been talks between one 10-foot pipe or two dual 6-foot pipes coming up. So that we have preliminary kind of design, but until we know the exact quantity that's going to come up to we call it the 1604 kind of breakoff path, we need to know how much water is coming here before we'll finalize what that pipe size will be up.
Okay, and where would the breakoff point be? You know, I'm interested in what it might end up costing Castroville to get a line to here, but you're telling me there's a line going.
That cost will be inside the cost that you guys will boost. You won't have to do any extra debt amortization. You're not gonna have to pay up front for a pipeline or that'll all be part of whatever that unit cost per the 1,000 gallons ends up being. That's all gonna be included in there, and all that debt service will fall on the back of the River Authority. You guys will just be the customers who are taking that water to cover those debt services, but at that point, that'll be determined. What we're calling right now, we call it the Medina-Atascosa line. That's going to come somewhere through the Pleasanton, Jordan area, through Benton City, Lytle, and Hondo's, a leg around there. And how it bends and turns kind of depends on what our final communities like you and there's a couple of others in the region that haven't made up their mind yet to determine if they're in and out, and we'll make that determination at that time.
What you're talking about here is a placeholder only.
You're basically buying water rights into that pipeline and to hold it.
Participate.
Correct.
At a later date, if you want to commit.
We anticipate in the next 12 to 18 months coming back to you with that final price and the timeline, and for you to then decide if you're going to take the water or not.
So this just holds a place for us.
This is holding you're reserving the water rights as we're going through this process to build it out and get that pipeline designed.
My question, thank you, Bob. I have one question about that. The document, you're going to have to help me here because I think it has like $13,000 for 500,000 gallons of water. I don't have the papers with me.
Yeah.
That's about right.
Okay. So that's 1.5 acre foot. So is that all we're reserving is 1.5 acres?
You can reserve whatever this.
I know, but it's 13,000 per 500,000 gallons?
Yeah, it's 2444.
I understand.
I think what Scott had kind of told me what he was thinking would be reserving the rights of 500,000 gallons a day coming to the city.
So 180 million gallons for a year, or basically it's
correct.
Reserving 400 acre feet, more or less.
Yes,
correct.
That's closer.
Okay,
it's closer.
I mean, when we're talking water rates, really, we should extrapolate to what we're looking at.
Yeah, that's smart.
Instead of a day for a year because our permits for use are based on annuals, not on flows per day.
Correct.
Am I right, John?
Correct.
Okay, so I think when the city council needs to see those numbers, need to understand further what that is, because you're apples and oranges when you look at that.
Yeah.
So, okay, so it's a total of
That's
about,
actually a hilarious debate we have in our office because my executive director talks everything in acre feet and I talk in gallons because I came from a city.
Yeah.
I was worried about how much we were producing every day.
well,
So that's our
I
joke
talk
on the
in acre
internal.
feet because that's what we're familiar with.
Yeah.
With the EAA, but then you go to gallons when you're talking reporting to the Water Development Board. So
The
yes, you got to deal with both of those.
Yeah, my thought was, because you're going to have opportunities, if you reserve $500,000 today,
So-
then you might have the ability to reserve another $500,000 in another delivery past 2031. The safest thing to do is be reserved more than you think you need. So ask for $1 million. It's
Right.
27,000.
But
Which is
on that lines, my
800.
question to you is, when we first talked about that a few months ago, it was like $24.99 or $25 an acre foot.
24.44 is that's what it.
Is that
That's what
what
that $13,000 comes out to is
Okay.
$24.44 an
I
acre
was
foot.
breaking it down to that. I was trying to, no, that's too much for just 500,000 gallons of water.
Yeah, no, it's $24.44 an acre foot or
Okay.
$13,000 for 500,000
Got it.
gallons a day.
Got it. Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you.
And just to let y'all know, there are 4 active desalination plants in the state of Texas. Castroville is located in Elmendorf.
No, okay.
I mean, San Antonio, sorry.
El Paso.
San Antonio's is.
Our suburb.
Is located in Elmendorf.
That's so sad.
It provides water to their customers. There's one in Brownsville, Texas, another one in El Paso, and the other one in Victoria.
There's 4, the groundwater brackish desal. This is different than the marine desal. We did look into brackish desal,
Okay.
and we feel it's got the marine is the best long-term solution over the groundwater brackish. That's why this is the path that we choose.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion if y'all want to proceed with
We
this.
had a citizen.
I didn't have a paper for
It
you.
does, actually.
I do?
It says D and E right
Oh,
there.
I see.
That's why I was
E.
digging.
I apologize,
She was
Karen.
doing a little dance.
Well,
Trying to get.
I seen E, I didn't see the D. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Well, I'm gonna save us some time.
Go ahead.
Because I'm gonna talk about D and E, because y'all are probably gonna have a lengthy conversation when you get to E. My thought initially was no, okay?
Can you come to the microphone, please?
Seriously, you can't hear me?
The
has to be recorded.
recording has to kick,
Oh.
they use the microphone to pick it up. Please.
Okay, Karen Fifield, 805 Washington.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my initial thought on what, 10, 11, item 12, number D and E is no. Okay, we don't need to. God's been running the planet for billions of years, and it's a cycle. We have the same amount of water on this planet today that we had 20 billion years ago. There's a rotation. Now, my concern is we're paying for something that we're not even getting until potentially 2029, maybe 2031. So we're going to throw in on the off chance that by the time it comes up, A, we're still going to need it, and B, who's to say that they don't get all the input? Do we get all the money back, or have they already spent it? What if they put in a 10-inch pipe and then by the time it's 2029, they find out, I realize a 10-inch pipe is stupid, but I'm trying to quit laughing at me. I'm already pissed at you for calling me out in the hall.
Excuse me.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I digress. If you put in a 10-inch pipe today, and by the time you get to 2029, you find out, oh, damn, I needed a 20-inch pipe. What are you going to do then? Go back and relay everything? Because that's going to increase the cost. We have no idea what's going on. And I would be interested to see what studies are conducted that it won't disrupt marine life. Okay? Because you're pulling salt water out and you're putting pure salt back in. So where are the long-term studies? I mean, I don't know about y'all, but when I go to the coast to fish, I promise you, I'm not more than 40 feet out in the water. So, I would like to see, and I am not a tree hugger, environmental warrior, anything like that. I'm just saying common sense says, has anybody truly looked at this? And you remember the flu vaccine? Same kind of thing.
If I can answer you real quick, my understanding is the intake on this is several miles out, and the discharge is even farther miles out.
Oh, I understood it was 40 feet. I must have misheard him.
No, ma'am.
Okay,
It's
my bad. I'm sorry.
It's miles away from the coast.
The intake valve is 1.5 miles out and the discharge is 2.5 miles.
Yeah. So
Okay, well, my happy butt ain't going to be swimming out 2 miles, so don't worry about
I
it.
just want to let you know. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
But anyway, I still kind of think we might want to find out what studies have been done just to make sure nothing is disrupted. I don't know, just because I think so. But for the end of the quote here, D&E, I don't think it's a good idea. I think we're adding debt upon more debt upon more debt.
Okay.
So, let's get out from under some of the debt instead of, earlier they wanted to jump right back in. And we ain't paid off what we got, and they're like, ooh, we're going to have some free money. Let's move.
Okay.
So, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Quick statement to her before she leaves.
Sure.
Since I can tell you're
For
trying to
me?
leave, you can go towards the door. I'll say it quick. The item E, the water acquisition fund, that's money we already collect off your utility bill. That's money we already have. We would not be considering, as far as I'm aware,
We'll talk
issuing debt in there.
to that more when we get to it.
If I could answer,
Mr. King.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
I move to authorize staff to reserve 0.5 MGD per day, gallons of water per day with the Nueces River Authority desalination project at an estimated cost of $13,688.16.
Per year, for 2 years.
It doesn't
Is that
say
right?
here, but per year.
we'll come back to the second year contract and y'all have to vote on the next year's payment.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
We'll bring it back to y'all to vote on.
that's the end of my motion.
Okay, is there a second on that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, my understanding is there's a motion and a second to authorize staff to move forward with this. Because I also have, and I believe I have a question from another council member, if this is not you. Well, actually, I'm going to ask you one question really quick.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you referenced earlier about TxDOT using their stuff. Is this project, to run your pipelines? Will you have the power of eminent domain to be able to run your pipelines?
As a river authority, we do have that authority already. We were granted that with our initial, we have never used it in our 90 years in existence, but we do have that authority if we had to.
Measure of last resort.
Measure of last resort, yes, sir.
And I respect that. I thought you did, but I wanted to make sure because the river authority would own the project.
And this isn't our first pipeline. If you're familiar with the Mary Rose pipeline that goes from Lake Texana to Corpus Christi, we were responsible for that project
Right.
35 years ago. So this is what we do.
The Oasis River Authority owns the project.
This project, yes. The desal plant, yes.
That's good. Okay. The other question I have before City Council, I know you have a motion and a second on the floor. The other question is funding this. Since the next item is use of water acquisition funds, is there is the goal here to use water acquisition funds or straight funds out of reserves?
You could do whatever you wanted, but the recommendation would be water acquisition fund. That seems to be closely aligned with what the purpose is.
Okay, we have a motion.
I modify my motion to say the money coming from the water acquisition fund.
And who seconded it?
I second.
All right, you're okay with that?
I will allow that amendment.
Okay, all right, now we're gonna move forward discussion. Mr. Lee?
Mr. Lee is not in favor of taking the money out of the water acquisition fund. We're not acquiring water. That money is for acquiring water, not paying a rent placement for water in the future.
What rights?
No, the money is to purchase water.
Right.
That's what it's for.
Yeah, water
Purchase
rights.
water. We're not purchasing, we're getting a placeholder. That's all this is.
The next
Other than the use of the funds, you're in support of.
I would take it out of the Public Works Water Fund.
All
They're
right,
the ones who are gonna.
Mr. Martin, do you have a comment?
The water.
Ms. Martinez, do you have any comment?
Nope.
Okay,
I'd go to the million gallons.
Mr. Murs?
I'm actually kind of in line with Mr. Lee. I heard him, and that's why I paused so long before I said amenable, because I just wanted to get to discussion so he could say it. So I'd
I'll
like
modify it
to.
after one question. Do we buy water with water acquisition funds or buy water rights for the?
Buy water rights. Let's talk about that next.
That's what I thought. So it's water rights, this is water rights.
This is not.
This is options on water rights.
This is a placeholder.
It's all right. Y'all, don't waste.
We're hedging.
Would you,
I'll I'll remove my modification. And with the coming from the water acquisition fund, take it straight from the utility fund, the water fund.
I am amenable.
okay,
You want $1 million or
My
half?
other one.
He had said half a million.
I said half.
yeah, half a million.
Yeah,
I know, I'm just clarifying, because Bob Lee said $1 million.
I understand, but
I would
a
go
million,
to $1 million.
a million actually doubles the amount. It's 23,000 a year or something, more or less. plus-
27,000.
The only reason I said $500,000 is I thought you'd object if I went to $1 million.
You know, there's some things that I won't bet on. The future
Okay,
of our
we'll
water
throw
is
it out
terrible.
there. I'll modify it again for $1 million at 27,376.32. And then if we vote that down. we'll go
Scott,
back.
if I can make a clarification on to something real quick. So with the water, if y'all use, it will be a take-or-pay contract when the time comes. Once it leaves our meter, if you have contracts with other interconnects or something, you can sell that water to anybody you want through y'all system or whatever. We just are not going to allow pipeline sales of water, because we can't change the way the water volume changes if you're sending 500,000 to Three Rivers or so, we can't do that. So I want to make sure that's very clear. You can't change water rights down the pipeline after y'all take it.
Then I want to have one more question to you.
I just want to make sure that was, I don't want there to be a misunderstanding about that.
One more question.
Yes, sir.
If the city, sounds like they probably will, but let's hold off on that. The city approves this, have you made it clear more than once about the take or pay? How long is the city obligated to fund this? So in other words, if the city woke up 3 years from now with an epiphany and said, no, we have a benefactor that just gave us a bunch of water rights, pipe dream, but is the city obligated to this long term?
Well, when that take or pay contract comes, there'll be a term limit that will be in it. So there'll be a buyout or
So
something.
this secures the water rights up to the preparation and agreement to a take or pay.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I'm saying is, at this time, it's reserving,
Correct.
but it's not final for the
It is,
future.
yeah,
till
it
you
is
get
a sunk
the actual
cost,
contract.
to be clear, you're
Got it.
sinking a cost for a hedge. You're paying 27 this year and 27 next
Sure.
year for 1 million gallons. And then when the take or pay comes, which you're saying,
You're about 12 to 18 months away. We'll be coming back to get
Then
that
you
take
come
or
back
pay.
then you're gonna have to make a decision. Hey, because $12 a gallon or 1,000 gallons is not cheap. I know that. You and I have talked about that.
Right,
And we'll have had a lot of conversation about the ASR by then. We'll
Right.
know a lot more about we'll know a lot more about a lot of stuff.
this reserves your spot for future discussion.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? No, motion carried. Scott, you got it.
Thank y'all for your time today, and we'll be working together,
Thank you.
Scott, in the summer. Thank y'all.
All right, whew. Okay, I'm going past my time, so here we go. Item, where did I lose my agenda? Item E. Discussion and possible action regarding purchase of Edwards Aquifer water rights using the Water Acquisition Fund. You know what, Patrick, did you ask to talk about, no, you didn't. Yeah, you did.
I think he already said he supports it.
Did you support it? Okay, let me make a couple of comments before I turn this over to Bob Lee, since I like to make comments on everything. I support the purchase of all the Edwards Aquifer unrestricted water rights the city is able to afford at this time. The Water Acquisition Fund, and I'm going to answer this because there was some, I believe, misunderstanding in the public about it. And of course, some people may argue still based on what I'm going to say, but the Water Acquisition Fund was originally created for this purpose, to acquire additional water rights. I believe it was a poor management decision by the city to not use this fund for its intended purpose to acquire additional water rights to meet the demands of the city during times when the city is required to reduce pumping during critical period reductions imposed by the Edwards Aquifer Authority. The Water Acquisition Fund was first established, I believe, in 1996 to build a fund to be used to obtain water rights after it was determined that the initial regular withdrawal permit issued to Castroville by EAA was not sufficient to meet the full build-out of the city during critical period reductions. While the preferred method of a water utility should be to own the water rights, it could be used to lease water rights to meet yearly demands during a drought. The majority of the unrestricted irrigation water rights owned by the city are tied to the airport and are leased by the water system. The first lease was established using the water acquisition funds to protect the transferable water rights from a sale to raise funds to pay a settlement to a previous airport FBO. The next series of leases paid to the airport fund were done to protect the water rights from a possible sale and provide the water system with a supply of water to meet system demands during critical period reductions. The water system needs these water rights to meet demands for the city as it existed at that time. In 2002, I believe the date is, the city adopted a provision in the subdivision ordinance that required a developer to provide transferable water rights to meet the water demands of the development. This requirement was never intended to be used as a bargaining chip in a development agreement. The transfer of water rights is critical to the future water demands of the city as new developments are built. While I am against new debt, I would support the use of a certificate of obligation to purchase additional unrestricted water rights with the debt service directly tied to the Water Acquisition Fund. And I take any questions anybody has on the creation of the water acquisition and the initial regular permits because I did them. And I pushed for this fund.
How many do we have in the fund right now?
I don't know, but it was originally set up, it was generating about 36,000 a year. I think today it generates about 50,000 a year.
That sounds about right.
And I believe the
In your-
city has used it in the past, not only to lease water from the airport, but also on occasion to buy water rights, I believe. I may be wrong on that.
Yeah, primarily, it's been used to lease water rights.
Right.
I don't know, since I've been here, we haven't bought any water.
We need to use it for its intended purpose to buy as much as we possibly can.
We've bought it some times.
Okay.
Before
Not
my
much,
time.
But not very.
I don't recall offhand. That was sent to you in an email. Leroy Vidalis sent you the totals. Councilman Lee, I sent it to you not too long ago. I was looking to see if I provided it in the backup, but my recollection is 400,000 and change. What?
Well,
I was seeing if.
I'd like to make just one more question because I want to address some comments that were previously made in previous council meetings by my friend here. Yes, you. The original permit issued by the Edwards Aquifer was based on historical use, and it was permitted to provide water service to every lot in the city at that time. River Bluff and Country Village were probably less than half built. A whole number of empty lots have been filled up. So that initial permit was issued to the city to provide service to every lot in the city at that time. It's any lot that's been added after that, after 2002, was targeted to get the additional water rights from them transfers. The original intent on that was as irrigated farmland was taken out of irrigation, the city would receive the transfer of the base and then convert it back to usable water. That was the original intent. The Alsatian Oaks sits on 412 acres of irrigated farmland. What happened to those base water rights? They should have came to the city, but they probably didn't. Okay, and that's what the ordinance was set up to do.
Which water rights should come to the city? I'm sorry.
The base water rights off of that irrigated farmland that was
Alsatian
Alsatian Oaks. That was the intent of the subdivision ordinance. that all of those base water rights would be transferred to the city upon development to meet the demands of the development. But over the years, I'm sure there's been different interpretations, but I'm speaking to what the intent is because I wrote them. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
We should buy more water yesterday.
So what'd you figure at 12,500 acre foot, how many, $40,000?
It's currently going at $12,000 an acre foot, 143 acre foot, it's like 1.7 million bucks, and or you can extrapolate the numbers out. I don't know what the acreage is on people are using, but 5 years ago, Saws was paying 5,200. We were paying 55. Last year I paid 6. This year it's 12.
So really, buy more water yesterday.
And it will. It's a commodity that goes out. I'll be honest with you. 20 years ago, what jumped it from 2 to 5 was the PGA development out at Stone Oak. Overnight, it went from 2 to 5, and now overnight it's kind of gone from 6 to 12, and a lot of that is because systems here in Medina County, and I can name the 2 water systems, have been mandating developments buy and transfer water rights for years. And those big data centers are buying water rights, and the people selling them know it. And I'm not, it's a commodity. I'm not trying to criticize anybody, but I believe that a water system should buy as many unrestricted Edgewood's water rights as they possibly can and afford. Yes, sir.
Why don't you start with somebody else first?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Scott, I guess council has never given you direction one way or the other. I don't remember. It's been too many council meetings about purchasing. I thought we talked about this in the past about purchasing water rights.
No, we did discuss it. Remember, this is the big debate about our agreement to accept a credit instead of water rights.
Boy, I'm not talking about those.
I know that, but it was during that conversation that we talked about, well, how many do we have? How many do we need? We did the respec study, and at the time, we felt like we had sufficient. We had 115 to 120 more than we needed in a worst case scenario. That was what we were forecasting.
Well, we also discussed it during the drought contingency plan discussion as well.
Right. So it's been discussed a couple times, but we never bought them because we never felt the need. We did talk about the lease of the rights to the airport, and we said, that's always been part of our stack, and we really probably do need to continue that lease. And so y'all authorized the lease of the rights from the airport, but we never. We discussed it, but there was never any direction from council to go buy some.
We can't purchase that from the airport. We can only lease.
That's correct. Now, there was some discussion about, hey, we'd really like to buy those. We can't buy them. We have to lease them.
And so that basically was a way to support the airport with water rights that we could use by leasing it.
Sure, it doesn't hurt them, but that's not really the main goal. The main goal is to get the water rights.
What it really was originally set up is to secure additional water rights from the city.
Right.
Instead of the airport fund going and leasing to somebody else, and then the water system has to go find it.
So we have it.
Right.
So we control it.
A side benefit is that the airport gets some money, but that's not really the main benefit. I said the side benefit is that the airport gets money, but that's not the main goal.
No, the main thing
goal
is for the water system to control those water rights.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
Anyway.
So is there a big deal about going out and buying water rights?
No, we have money. We can go buy it. We won't buy very many because we only got 400 and some odd thousand. I heard the mayor say that he would be in favor of issuing debt. We're getting, to your point, about $55,000 a year, I think, in water acquisition fees. So I have to look at what that would have, how much debt service it pay, but it's not a lot.
$1 million for a 20-year.
No. I don't think so. I think it's going to be less than that. Yeah, it's going to be less.
All right. Well, I would still believe that I would support that.
Right. Right. I understand. So that'd be something I can look at in the future. But if y'all want me to start negotiating just for the a cash purchase of some kind,
and if needed to support the debt to buy water rights, I would be willing to have a discussion with city council in the year it comes on to adjust that water acquisition fund. That fund that we use is 25 cents per thousand, has been in place since 1996 for almost 30 years.
Right.
Uh,
And hadn't been adjusted.
and
Really.
has never been adjusted.
But our rates are already tremendous. And-
No, I'm just trying
Yeah.
to,
But we
because,
could leverage that fund that we have
Sure.
for a.
You could go, it's kind of like what we did. I mean, y'all just did this.
Yeah.
You did this in the great example is you just did this for
The drainage.
drainage for flood control.
Yeah.
You had a drainage fee.
Mhm.
It was paying on debt that was issued 20 years ago. That debt finally got paid off, and then you went and issued another 1.5 and change to go do more drainage projects with, and you're supporting the payment of that debt service, not costing anybody anything more than what it was because you're just using that fee. This would be very, very similar. That's what you're talking about doing.
yes, sir.
So the direction I would need is, how many rights do you think you need to purchase? I mean,
Good question.
yes.
So have you done the projection for this year of consumption?
I haven't. You know, one of the things I have to find is respec where they got the data, and I need to. Bruce and I haven't. He's a very busy person, and I really want to sit down with him and talk to him about that. But because he probably already knows, but they had provided a how many days in each stage
Right.
they were in. I don't know where they got that data, but that's the data. That's the only part of the data I'm missing. If I can get that, then I can then build the forecast off of that.
So
But
year on year, I mean, from the numbers in our workbook,
Mhm.
last year, we averaged 62.83. This year, we're averaging through April 70.34, which is a 12% increase. in just 4 months.
yeah, but look at the year prior. Last year we had 100 and some odd extra feet that we didn't use.
Right, I'm just saying consumption. I'm not talking about, I'm looking at on page 608, annual acre feet pumped, which is what I read as consumption, right?
Right. Yeah, and that's all that matters is how much we're pumping.
So I'm not worried about, but then from there, if we look above that with total and restricted, and there's two numbers there, one of them I wasn't sure the difference. One of them is 11030, the other one's 1307. That said, total authorized.
Mhm.
And then if you just lump in stage 4, because we're only in stage 5, 6 days.
Right.
So then if you lump in stage 4 and you go at 40%, we're already over. I mean, we're projected to be at 844 for this.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's right or not, but
I'm just
I'll need to
saying,
look at that.
rough math, it doesn't look pretty. And then that's my question is going forward, before we start buying, we gotta do that math, don't we?
Well, that's why, yeah.
Well, you gotta do that math, but in
So you know
doing,
what you want.
but in doing that, you also have to look at, and I don't know, I don't want to get in a long drawn out. I don't know what the water rights are still owed to the city for different development agreements. I don't know. But you have to look at that to make sure you also can cover all the empty lots, for example, in Alsatian
Yeah.
Oaks. And add back into it, so you have to project on that.
Agreed.
So they'll have
Before you
to,
can do
they
that.
will, we have kind of said, they are gonna have to deliver their water rights by, it's 0.612 acres
Okay.
per lot.
I didn't know how many
For
lots you already made
phase
the deal
2
with.
and on.
Yeah, for phase 2 and on.
Okay.
I just wanted to be
Yeah, we have
clear that
100,
we're
basically,
not
You follow what I'm
miscommunicating
getting at, you gotta
Yeah.
account for all the
No,
lots.
that's a point I brought up before.
right,
Yes,
there's
sir.
We need to make sure
144,
we're aware of unbuilt lots.
Yes,
when we're
sir.
thinking about
there,
Yes, sir.
it's 144 LUEs that we negotiated originally. They haven't made use of all those yet.
Okay.
That's how many we negotiated. So that's, and there's a.
Just will make
there's
sure
a
you account for
finite-
those when you do your projections.
There's a finite amount,
Yeah.
right?
But if we have this fund and we go out and borrow money and buy as much as we can, it's a commodity. So it's not like we can always use this and lease them out to other.
Well, now I was about to say, one of the things that Mayor Alexander has brought up, and I think is something we need to be looking at, is what, if we were to buy them and we bought more than we needed, then you could turn around and lease those in order to try and offset that cost or the cost of the system. And that is also an option. So there's kind of no risk in buying more than you need.
Yeah,
But I don't think that's going to be a problem because I don't know that we can afford.
you turn it into, from
400,000
paper money
divided
to
by
wet
12.5 is
money. And you
32.
turn around,
32 acres.
your surplus water rights in times
What
of
we lease from
plenty,
the airport.
you lease them,
No.
or you put them in a conservation program, or with this Medina County Water Alliance, the proposed ASR, you put them in an ASR for future years. There's ways to use your
And
surplus.
if we have the down payment and we have this known amount of money coming in each year, we to figure out what debt service we can have. If you could bring that back to us, that would tell us how much we can go buy.
That too, but given the volatility of water, right, it's only gonna do this, knowing what we know, we need to,
Do it quickly.
yeah. So my point is, next meeting,
When we have the debt guy coming back anyway.
yes, the next meeting.
He'll be surprised to hear that I'm on support of that.
You should stay longer.
But yeah, I think it's important, but it's also important that we tell people, I'm trying to tell a story here because there's a lot of people out here that think that, or there's some people, excuse me, that think we're up here trying to secure water rights only for developers. We're not. We're also trying to develop, I mean, it's everything, but we're trying to develop water rights to meet our needs because the city, the original initial regular permit issued by EAA in the 90s was based on all of the properties in the city having water service
At that time.
before critical period reduction rules were established.
But right now, every developer has to bring us water rights.
Yes,
And we're not gonna change that rule going forward.
right.
Agreed.
So we're not acquiring these water rights for us, for the developers.
No,
We're
no.
just requiring them for
To
us.
bring your own, so then.
It's beneficial to the city to secure that you have enough. You know, huh?
We keep going back and forth with this guy. Let's go down the table and come back.
Okay, I'm
At least
sorry.
One time.
Let's go back to you, Mr.
No,
Lee.
you're.
Oh, did I go down?
I
I'm
have
sorry.
one last question.
Yes.
In Alsatian Oaks then, did we, the way I understood it, and I'm sorry, I'm the new guy, we gave away those water rights?
No.
Or negotiated for payment or whatever that was? And
They
I'm
were
thinking
supposed-
understand,
Yeah, they're supposed to bring water rights.
right?
And in lieu of bringing water rights, we agreed that we would take a credit against what we owed them, because we owe them 23 million plus carry cost or whatever it is. It's in their contract. That we were going to take a credit against what we owed them at the then rate, which was $5,000 plus 10%. Sounded like a good deal, 10%, $5,500, right? Bruce, great deal. No, it's 12,000 today, right? I mean, it was a bad deal. In hindsight, everybody agrees, bad a deal. But at the time, we were like, yeah, we'll take a credit. And they were saying, hey, we may want to bring you rights at some point in the future. So it wasn't like it was a give us permission to take the credit, and then we may actually bring the rights in the future anyway. Because at the time, we thought, well, this is going to go down. The rate's gone up, but it's going to go back down. And that has not been the case.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Martinez.
So I'm for getting more water rights. It's always good to have a cushion in the event, all heck breaks loose. It gives the citizens a better feeling about having that cushion and not running out of water. So I was sitting here doing the math. I mean, 12,500 acre foot. If we bought 20 acre feet, I mean, times, and that's gives us a good amount of water. So, I mean, I know some people don't want to spend money, but sometimes you have to spend money to protect your assets.
And this is what we collect that money for.
Exactly. So 20 acre feet times 12.5 is $250,000. So we wouldn't be emptying out the account, but that would still lock in a lot of money.
Well, see, I guess what I'm thinking about is use that funds as the down, think about it as a down payment, and then that annual fund that's coming in, that's what we pay the debt off, so we can buy even more.
Right. Correct.
Yeah, I think your ballpark number might have been close, but if you have 400 there now and you borrow another 800, you have 1.2 million. You can go buy 100 acre feet.
I believe, Gina, honestly, I believe a larger a debt to work this out and buy a larger quantity literally provides you more security.
Yep.
Than 10 acre feet here and 20 acre feet
Right.
there.
I was just doing rough math.
No, and I understand. I understand because there's a, do we only spend what we have or do we go and secure it? Is the water rights going to go up in price or down? I will tell you this. The Edwards Aquifer Authority, I'm going to tell you something else about that. I serve on the steering stakeholder committee representing retail public utilities west of Bear County that have an EAA permit. I am on the SAWS ASR advisory board. I worked through their habitat conservation plan to get an incidental take permit from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, which allows the EAA to function. Okay? That permit is up for renewal in 3 years. There's already rumblings about how the new permit's going to be done and potential more cutbacks and potential more restrictions on the ability to use, which only drives the cost up.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm back to encouraging any water utility that relies on the Edwards to buy as many water rights as they can afford.
It sounds like everyone up here agrees.
Yeah, we agree.
Mr. Lee.
Wow.
Okay, Water acquisition fund is the point stomped up and down by Mr. Shearhart many times up here. The water acquisition fund was to acquire water rights. We misused that a number of times by leasing water rights because we didn't buy anything. We got that in at the time and it was over. So we spent that $200,000 or $300,000 in it, and we had water generally we didn't use. We know how that worked out right now. And so I think in the future, if and I think we will, when at least the airport water rights, we do it out of the water fund and we continue to purchase water rights with the water acquisition fund, as he said, was originally intended. That was originally intended. The next thing, and there's two things dear to my heart in this city. One is the airport and the other one is water rights. And if you've been listening to me over the years, sit up there and tell you, do not screw with the water here. But you did. You did. And it's, in my opinion, it was illegal to let Alsatian Oaks not provide the required water rights. It's specifically written in the ordinance, which doesn't fall under development agreement. It's not about houses and streets. It's about rights to water, okay? It's non-negotiable. Water rights have always been available, always. And so, well, according to EAA, when I called them, they said there's always been water rights available if you want to pay for them. They've always been there, okay? You know, I'm tired of being taken advantage of by Alsatian Oaks, because that's what they've done to us the entire time they've been here, okay? We're paying off $20, $30 million we never should have ever agreed to, but that's not the point. The point is, I would like to have that money back from the city into the water acquisition fund that was allowed against that loan, against the debt that the city owes it. Okay, that's water under the bridge as far as we do have to reimburse them for that. But there was a thing set up in order for that money to come out of, to give back to them. What did it say? Did it save interest on the long term? Yes, it did. Was it the right and legal thing to do? No, it was not. It was not. And so we need, because when you did that 140 acre feet to them, yeah, we got the same amount in our thing, but it got rid of our buffer. Okay, it just killed off our buffer when we get into stage 4 and 5 and those kind of things. Okay, it took it away. It took it away. The point was to have that buffer there so we didn't get into a jam.
Mm-hmm.
For years, we monitored how much water people used, and when we had cut back, nobody ever cut back to the amount they were supposed to. They didn't. They just didn't. And one of the reasons we had that is have the buffer. And as was made the point a billion times, we can always release that water anytime we want.
The decision may have been a bad one, but it was not illegal. I want to be careful what you say. Words matter. Well, disagree with, it's a fact. It's a statement of fact. The attorney was involved with that decision. The city council directed the negotiation to go the way it did, and it was not illegal. It was vetted by our attorney.
Can I make a point, since that doesn't have anything to do with the motion, and I mean, this discussion item today, can we move forward so we finish the meeting?
That'd be great.
Well, we already talked about purchasing. And we agreed that Scott's gonna come back at the next meeting, if by then, hopefully, with an update about how much we can buy.
Then I will ask the question, which is off the topic. If the ordinance says you can't do it, and you're telling me as long as we come up with the desire to do it, it really doesn't make a damn what the ordinance says, we'll just do what we want.
The city council has the ability to basically.
I don't believe it.
Well, okay. All right, ask the attorney. Don't ask me. The attorney's not here. Ask the attorney.
I'm not getting in a-
Don't ask me.
in a fight with this, but that means
Yes, Mayor.
we have no ordinances. If
Yes,
we can
Mayor.
change anything we want.
I believe,
Be that as it may, I think we ought to purchase every penny's worth of water that we can with the existing funds in the water acquisition fund, every single penny. And I'll bring back up for a future discussion, getting the money from the city water department to repay the money that should have gone into the water acquisition fund.
just,
Which could have been used.
I'm not gonna sit and argue, I just wanna make
Oh, come on.
no, I wanna make a comment here about the use of city funds. Okay? Unless I'm mistaken, and I probably am, because I'm gonna look at you, okay? The bond reserves, interest and sinking, those are restricted funds, you can't touch them. All the other funds are self-induced being restrictive that the city literally can move around at their pleasure.
Right. Sometimes it takes different types of motions.
Right.
because There's
Okay.
restricted
Future
funds.
city council cannot be obligated by a previous city council.
That's my point, and I agree with Bob that the water acquisition fund should be protected for certain things, but the city council has the authority to move funds from whatever pocket they want
So you can build
to do
streets with them?
things. By city council action. If the city council so choose, I wouldn't recommend that. Generally, the city council respects the individual funds, but they're not obligated to because they're not legally restricted.
A future city council cannot be obligated by
Okay.
a previous city council.
That's a general thought, but I'd have to
General
defer
thought.
to the attorney on that. But I believe that's a fair
Then we
assessment.
could restrict the funds ourselves, so it
Right.
couldn't happen.
With a-
Right. Okay, I look for, is there a motion on the table?
Do we need a motion or we just instruct?
No, it's discussion and action. I make a motion that the city expend, I'm sorry, I make a motion that staff bring back to the city how much water we can purchase with what's in the water acquisition fund now, and if there are other funds available to be considered to purchase additional water at the same time to get a better rate.
Bring back a proposal to buy the water rights, yeah.
I will
Okay.
second it if I can add an amendment.
You want a glass of water?
Ask him.
Amendment.
Ask,
I just want a projection of what we need.
oh, well,
It's
yes,
not an amendment, I mean, that would just be a direction.
that's
Working on it.
direction.
Yeah.
Just
Okay,
So we know what we need.
basically you include that in how you determine how much.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll-
motion made, second,
Can I make an ask for also,
Yes,
instead
sir.
of just purchasing what, with the money we have in the bank, but also have staff come back to us and give us the options about going out for bonds or.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is.
as
That's
long
part
as
of
that's
it.
in.
Right.
So it's,
That was in there.
okay.
okay.
Motion made, second, direct staff, bring us back something on purchase of water rights. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? No, carried. Okay, thank you. Let's go to F, discussion and action regarding emergency generator power for water wells and emergency preparedness plans. Let me make a comment or two, and this one may not be suited well. I support the installation of fixed base generators at all water well sites owned by the city. This was a management decision of the city that I maybe in hindsight should have been considered, but I believe the city had an opportunity to pay for the generators when it received American Rescue Plan funds. The city, however, chose to use those funds for another purpose that reduced the need to use budgeted funds for budgeted expenses. The use of the federal funds by the city is currently under review, but I believe that was one of the intents on that. I don't want to sit here and belabor that. I know that the rural water systems got the county funded a lot of money that was divided amongst the rural water systems. same pot of money, and specifically was used to put generators at the water wells for the rural water systems in the county. In hindsight, I wish the city would have done that, but
Mayor-
they didn't, so I would hope that they move forward with that.
Mayor, can I clarify something for you, just for your benefit?
Yeah.
So I think the ARPA funds are around 750,000 or 798,000 and change.
774 or something like that.
Did it expend? $198,000 and someone and change is sitting in the fund balance still. So
Okay,
to your point about
Thank
things
you.
being fungible, et cetera, if this council wanted to spend $798,000 because, well, that was kind of, I mean, that's basically the amount of money that the fund balance received as a result of the ARPA funds because of whatever,
Right.
then you could do that.
well, okay, well then, I'm gonna, I know Mr. Lee asked for this, but I would encourage, not all of that, but I would encourage the city to tap into that, to put these generators on the water wells.
What we've tried to do is get a grant. Go ahead.
Sure, but if we're not able to get funding somewhere else. Mr. Lee?
I think it's captured in the thing here. Public Works said at the last meeting, they could easily hook that generator up. And of course, there was a staff paper here about that. And I wanted to see that happen. Plus, the state requires us to have that emergency plan as to how you're going to satisfy the critical infrastructure needs, like water and sewer plant stuff during an extended power outage. And so I'm really not interested in seeing that plan. I'm interested in us getting generator power at the water wells so we do not get in a jam. Okay, that's my objective. Any way we can get there as soon as possible.
Yeah, I agree, and I would hope that the city would chase the grants as much as they can, but don't hold up. Get it done. We talked about before the one that's on the trailer that's sitting out there.
Yeah.
It
Lions Park,
It was bought after the flood. FEMA gave us money to do that. It was intended on the trailer to be able to move from well to well, to connect as needed. But since that time, the rules changed for emergency management. And there is some regulations that require them on key infrastructure, water systems. You've had one at the wastewater plant since the late 80s when we did the sewer plant there. So anyway, I would support that, and I think it needs to be done. Mr. Murs?
I support the installation of generators at our wells. My question was just, it looks like, reading the agenda item, it looked like the cost to install the indicated generators will be in the range of $337,000. I don't know, just that's what it says the fiscal impact is.
Maybe John can answer that. John, what size generators are you putting in? 200s or 200s?
So
Okay.
to be awesome and clear, I think this is in your backup, but we went out for a FEMA grant.
Right.
They took, 3 years to get back to us. They finally got back to us, said, here, give us a bunch of new information, which we did. And we resubmitted within the last 8 weeks, I think, about 8 weeks ago. I don't know what the status of those are, but that's how we have all this information at the ready, because we have already quoted it out. We do know what it costs. I would prefer to see if we're gonna get that grant or not. I don't think we are, frankly, but I would hate for us to go spend this money and then, 3 months later, tell council, by the way, you could have paid for these with the grant, but you already paid them out of it.
Well, I will answer that one too, as far as my day job. We applied for a grant 5 years ago. We finally gave up on it because I finally got told, even from the USDA administrator in DC, standing face to face, you're not going to get funded for this. Quit trying.
Well, I think the PD did.
It's all.
So the PD did get funded on theirs, though. Y'all know that.
Sure. No.
So that's what gives us some hope, is that they applied for theirs about the same time we did.
Sure.
And there was that DOGE stuff where the federal government was saying, hey, you've got to start spending this money. You guys got to start doing something. So we were kind of hoping that would happen. But anyway, I just want to provide that as color for your conversation.
I know some systems did get them, but they're very hard to get.
True.
So I have two more questions, and hopefully they can be quick answers. The first one is, if we don't get a grant, where will this money be coming from? Or
Your
what's
fund
the
balance.
anticipated? So utility fund balance?
That's the only, what?
$700,000.
Yeah, you could, in the general fund balance, you took, because that money went in the general fund, the ARPA funds. If you wanted to take and appropriate that, you could.
Okay.
I mean, to the mayor's point, your funds or your fund, or you and Phil both said this, the funds of the city are fungible by the city. You can move them around. It's up to you. I mean, yeah.
Thank you. The other question is, if we gave some sort of contingent approval on not getting the grant, so like we said, we approve you to spend this money from fund balance if you don't get the grant, do you think that would hurt your chances of getting the grant?
No.
Okay.
I got one question for you. In your check on those generators, sometimes 26 weeks. I've heard 52 weeks. I mean, the back ordering on them. Do you have an idea if you would?
Well, last October, it was 38 to 44 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Would you mind calling up there just in case?
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I can barely read it. Zoomed out.
I knew it's a long time. There's a lot of backlog on.
So, I don't know if we'd be dinged if we already placed them on order, but we hadn't bought them yet. The question is whether or not we'd have to make any kind of payment beforehand. I'm just thinking about the grant again. If we did get the grant in the intervening time and all we'd done is place them on order, I think that just puts us in front of the line.
So we're asking questions about cost and everything, and then in the packet, there's spreadsheets. And you add up everything and it comes up one's 367,604
For City Hall.
for City Hall.
Yeah, those are just different locations that were in the grant that we applied for.
Okay, but the overall
Total.
total on the cover page does not match it up.
We just took the cost it's gonna take to get us ready for the connection
Uh-huh.
and the cost of the generator. To get us to the point to where,
And so, and for electricians to do the hookup?
right,
Because I know our department is,
They're not like
licensed.
well, they're not
licensed.
fully.
No, that's to get
We'd have a
licensed.
consultant do it.
So.
Are you looking at natural gas or diesel?
Diesel.
Diesel, okay.
Yeah.
City Hall is 307, 367.
Right.
Mr. Mayor,
Sir,
may I restate? My request was to proceed with hooking these generators up to each of those places, getting transfer panels installed, and on the well sites and the generator, so at least we have some capability now, okay?
Okay.
If the grants came, if you plan your future on the possibility of getting a grant, you'll be living under a bridge. And if we got the grants, let's say we went out and bought the generators and put them in the two well sites, because all the rest of the sewer system's got generators, doesn't it, other than maybe Lip Station and Kenny Park or something.
No.
They got generators, and the one out by Tractor Supply's got a generator in the well.
so you,
And so.
Not all of them do, but yes.
So I want to test out and make sure the stuff functions that we currently possess and that we can hook it up quickly if we need to. Okay, so we at least have two wells that'll run and give us some water. And as I don't think there's anything wrong with, buying at least one additional generator. And if we get the grants, who's to say we can't have a spare? Who's to say we can't take one of the ones we have and put it at the airport or somewhere else? We have the ability to do other things with one. But, hoping on a promise of something to come in the future while you have the requirement now is not good business to me.
so I'm not trying to cut off any conversation. So would you like to make that in the form of a motion to hard connect the generator that you have at well 3, fix it, make it a fixed base, take it off the trailer, fix it with transfer switch, and purchase another generator for the other well behind here and have it installed?
I think he's pointing at you.
I'm talking the one right behind this building. I'm sorry, the one right behind us, well 2, the one right.
I would love that, what you just said, I would love that.
Okay,
That was what I asked.
Would
That
that,
was
could
what
you
I
make that in
asked.
the form of a motion, sir? Would you like to?
You may make a motion.
I will, yeah, sure, go ahead. I'll just read what's written right here.
I make a motion that, just to throw it out there, that the city authorizes staff to purchase generators for wells 2 and 3 and do the electrical connections for those two as well as well 1 for an estimated fee of $337,550 to come out of the utility fund.
I'll second.
Motion made, second to move forward with the generators.
Except for I heard well one. Did I hear that?
No, I said,
There's
no,
no
I said
well
wells 2 and 3 and
Okay.
hook up well 1,
Gotcha.
because that's what your thing says.
Which would give you an extra generator.
And hook up well one, I'm
There's
sorry.
no well one, is there?
No.
Well one
Well, it
doesn't
says right
exist.
here, wells 2 and 3, electrical quotes for needs on generator, generator first. What does that mean?
It's just, you're just gonna put the generators on the 2 wells, 2 and 3, complete with transfer switches and fixed base at the well sites.
Excuse me, wells 2
Am I
and 3.
correct?
Correct.
Okay, motion made, seconded, and come out of reserve funds, utility reserve funds,
Don't have reserve funds.
or whatever,
Fund balance.
your fund balance, okay? Do you use, question, do you use buy board or anybody, or are you gonna bid these?
This was on the buy board yeah, they were buy board numbers,
You buy through buy board?
but that was
Good.
early on, so.
Okay, you just check the current ones and go from there.
Right.
And by the way, just for discussion, I'm assuming that if the grant, because it's 48 months, you said, 24,
Could be.
48? So sometime between now and then, and before those come, we might
Yeah.
decide where the funds are.
Don't give up on the grants.
Yeah,
So we need
start the
to
purchase,
move forward.
order them, and go from there.
And then a motion and a second.
Motion and second.
Okay, there wasn't anything in that motion or second about hooking up the existing generator we have.
We're already doing that. That's in my report.
That's one of the
Well,
two
I
generators.
understand your word, but to install the transfer switches
Yes.
and or.
Yes,
That's
there.
Make
That's
a,
being done
Since we're doing this.
at Lions
we do not
Park
have to install the
specifically.
transfer switches unless they're up to the code of the next one, as long as you can find a safe and quick way to make the connection.
they need automatic
I know the
transfer
switch
switches.
is a big deal, but
Okay.
there may be
You need automatic.
Yeah, well, right
Houston
now,
looks trying to move the funds
right
around.
now, motion's made. and
Okay, we have motion and second to move forward with the generators. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? No, hear none, motion carries. John, make it happen.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere.
Okay, don't go anywhere. Okay, item G, discussion possible action regarding utility rates charged to customers and how rates are calculated. I asked for that, and I'm gonna tell you why I asked for that. And wow, unfortunately, it's 10 o'clock, so I don't have an audience here to talk to. But I am going to make a couple of comments here.
Only a captive audience, sir.
Good. I asked for this item to be on, and it's very specific, so bear with me. It may be a very short discussion. I asked for this item to be on the agenda to discuss how the city calculates utility bills, specifically related to the sewer charges assessed to residential accounts. While I understand and support winter averaging for residential sewer charges, I understand that several residents are experiencing more than $200 per month charges for sewer service, some as high as $300 a month, more than triple what it was the year before. I believe, as some people have come to me and made, tearful pleas, literally, that the city may be inadvertently taking unfair advantage of some residences that simply tried to salvage their investment in landscaping during severe drought conditions this past winter with no consideration by the city. Winter averaging of water use for residential sewer charges works when we have a normal winter rainfall. Drought conditions, however, reflecting higher winter use, in my opinion, unfairly assesses sewer charges to residential customers. I'm asking City Council to consider drought conditions when assessing residential sewer charges based on winter averaging of water use. Thank you.
May I ask a clarifying point?
Yes, sir.
What does that consideration look like in a concrete, specific form?
It's not that hard that when somebody has a historical record of using 5,000 gallons a month during the winter, and all of a sudden we have a drought that they use 20,000 gallons a month, it's not that hard to at least come to terms that a lot of that extra water went on the ground and didn't go down the sewer. The whole idea behind winter averaging is people don't water during the winter. People don't. But this last year, the severe drought and the lack of rainfall, more people watered than ever before. And some people got, and I will tell you, because I've seen them, horrendous sewer bills.
Yep.
And the city is reaping the benefit of that at the expense of the residents, in my opinion.
Yeah, so I understand that, but I guess, is there a specific form of solution to this problem that you're suggesting? Like
I
a
don't,
specific mechanism
yeah,
to make this right?
I don't know. I don't want to make it more difficult on the folks calculating the bills. I really don't. But I'm asking for some consideration. I'm asking for some consideration on when people have had a $75 water bill and all of a sudden it's jumped to a $300 water bill, or excuse me, sewer bill, 75 and 300. That's a lot of difference when there's been no rate change. It's just been the water use that they've done, and it's tied to specifically to the drought. Now, you can argue that that's not a doable thing because everybody knows we do winter averaging. I got it. I get it.
Are you saying these folks have an irrigation system for their water?
Yeah.
So, problem, because this has changed, but what used to happen is you could go and you could put a meter on the line that goes to your irrigation system and the line that goes to your house. That stops the sewer surcharge.
I proposed that to at least two people that came to me, and I had one last week said, I asked about that,
Yeah.
and there's no way I'm gonna pay $10,000 to put a
And
separate meter for
We need to
irrigation.
fix that.
That's the fix, is we
We need
fix
to fix
that.
Because they're not using it anymore, it's just separating it out.
I know, we need to fix that. I
We
know.
should fix that.
If I remember Kathy telling us though, is that in the old days you could tag off of the line, but now by state law, you can't.
But see, that's Bruce,
That's
I
just
think
what
the
was
mayor
talking
might know more about
Look,
that.
John's over there shaking his head.
And that's true. It's different now.
You have to go and tap into the main line with both meters.
It has something to do with,
Expense of that.
here's what she explained to me, Mayor,
Yes,
because I
sir.
think you know about this. It must have been PUC. She said something in the PUC code said that if you're going to have a metered service, the metered service must be off of the main line. And so that's what she was saying. You have
I'm
to
not,
tap
I'm not
off.
gonna argue with that. I'm not.
I don't think that's right.
I know multiple,
Mhm.
everyone in your neighborhood, for example, I know, and mine too, multiple, there's a single tap and the city
Yeah, it
splits
comes
them.
off, it comes
And they
back, you have
split
2
them.
meters and then one
Now,
goes.
You used to be able to
literally,
do it.
if you follow the strict wording that if you have more than one service off of a service line, then that service line is technically classified as a main, and you're splitting services off of it. And it gets into a lot of different things. Adding an extra meter also gets into different issues because regulatory world counts your number of services. And your number of services have to have certain pumping capacities. So you got to be careful in balancing that out too. So if you went out here and you added 100 more meters to do on irrigation, in the eyes of the regulatory world, you just added 100 more services that would increase your requirements for capacity for pumping. Even though
You should,
no, it's the rules.
you need to
It's
use
the
your
rules.
influence at the state to get that changed, sir.
It's the rules.
'Cause it's
John,
crazy.
am I right? It's the rules.
This is not
It makes no
city
sense.
rules, this
No,
is state rules.
these are regulatory rules.
Yeah.
So it's a balance. But the point I'm making at is when we try to work those things out, and then the customers, it makes sense. I'll separate it out. I'll get a separate meter for my water, for my irrigation, and then they come back. God, they want $10,000 for that second meter. And I said, well, because it's counted as a new service. So I'm not going to that, although that would be ideal. I'm just going to ask something to relieve some of these You know what I'm talking about. You guys get the calls too. Some of the extremely high. I mean, I had a guy in here sitting in here tonight that has almost a $300 a month sewer bill for two people.
You know,
Yeah, yeah.
but
I will say this, there was a gentleman I met with that said, that had the same complaint, it was only two people.
I'm only
I don't know if
asking.
it might be the same person. I know him well.
I
I
do.
like him, good guy, but he 100% did not believe my staff when we said, you have a leak. There's something going on. And it wasn't until we showed him on the software, look, it's happening. And we showed him when it was happening, the time frame. And he told us exactly what it was.
Well,
They were watering
that-
their yard. And I'm not going to say who it was or anything, but
No.
they were watering their yard. So he knew, we are using that water.
That's the beauty
And
about
that's-
these meters. You
yeah.
can tell that. And I got it. And I do the same thing, Scott, because that's what I do for a living. I say, yeah, but yeah. These are the rules. So I'm not asking for that. I'm just asking for
brown
thoughts about that.
last winter.
Yes.
It turned. There's only 3 months that you don't have to not water.
Well, grace.
Huh?
Yeah.
No, I
You
mean,
gotta let the leggy
ours
stuff
is,
go.
and I finally got our sewer bill down to $60, $70 a month, but it was, grass just turned brown. for-
Which is the
for
other
3
problem
months.
when we're out of the drought and you use your irrigation system. You can't afford it because of the sewage.
I said I would bring it up. I'm bringing it up. I'm asking for council consideration.
And that's why they did it that way.
Are
Mr.
you,
Lee?
I guess the question is council interested in trying to develop another policy that looks at a customer's normal usage? And when you see that they've been watering, of course, you can tell if they're watering during watering times, that they have an adjustment made to the sewer bill to reflect their normal water usage otherwise, and they still would have to pay the fee for increased water consumption. Of course, that doesn't help our, 45, 50% cutback, does it? But
Well,
does the council want to do that? That's, I guess.
that was along the lines as I understand, and everybody understands the winter averaging. But I would have hoped, and I'm not trying to create more work, that when staff seen those large bills, they would have maybe challenged them and questioned why, instead of just 12 months of, there they are. Because those bills started to come out in
Well, we
like
do
April.
throw out the high, I mean, that's the thing.
No, I
Everything has a
understand that.
system.
But when, I know, but my point is, when somebody goes from a
So how's that fair
$60
to Phil King when he watches his?
I'm not
yard
arguing
die?
that.
Well, I'm just saying, we do go through that.
I got it.
We do think about that.
I got it.
They made choices, and now they're living with those choices. That's the way I see it. I hate to tell
My
you.
friend right here on the left, it happened to him before he became the mayor.
No kidding.
It happened to him. And I told him straight up, these are the rules, and he paid it for a year. So I know.
There isn't any reason that we have to do 4-month average.
I just thought I'd
There's
ask.
no reason.
I will tell you, I had lunch with the two city managers the other day, and afterwards they were asking, do you do winter averaging or whatever? And one of them doesn't do averaging at all, and the other one is proposing summer averaging, because they're like, this is ridiculous. Anyway, I'm just saying it could be way worse. It could be way.
My daughter.
We are very compassionate.
When
in
my
our-
son lived in Alito, it was monthly.
Yeah.
They learned real quick to turn the sprinkler system off.
Right.
My daughter lives in Leak City. It is calculated monthly
Right.
in the houses.
We're digressing.
Anyway, I'm
But we're
sorry.
talking about sewer
Oh,
calculations.
Yeah,
So
you're right. I only brought it up, and if council wants to consider it, we go from there.
But we do, I just want you to know, you had brought up, staff does consider those things. We
Okay.
do look at it. We have
Thank
those
you.
conversations, and when we validate that, yes, they did use that water,
Yes, sir.
and they say, well, it was for irrigation, we have to look at the system as a whole. We don't, unless you all want to make a policy that says, when you're using irrigation water, when we can basically substantiate the person who used it for irrigation, it did not go in the sewer, even if they did it in the winter, that you want us to take that into account, and you want us to remove that from our calculation, that's what we would need. We would need that direction.
So
Well, maybe that-
if we're in stage 4, right? So we water every other Thursday, whatever that is. You can calculate the average, what you would irrigate, right? If you're within the rules.
We can figure out how to do it
Then
later. It's really
take that
about.
number and back it out.
Well, I mean, just as a thought, just I'm thinking outside the box.
I mean-
Somebody that wanted to continue to water, they could apply for a variance.
Right.
Then they have to
But
get
have a
permission
basis in
to
fact.
use the extra water. And then once they know that, then here it is, hey, you know, you use that, this is what's gonna hurt you. I don't know. I'm not saying you gotta do it. I'm just suggesting.
No, that's an idea. I mean, you could with somebody
Down the road.
complains.
Sir, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. I would be open to investigating possible ways to make putting a second meter on easier.
Okay.
Frankly, I would be open to considering summer averaging. It's the time of year where no one's supposed to be running their water anyway. So I would be open to summer averaging. Because we're always in drought restrictions. No one's supposed to be running their sprinkler systems anyway. It's the time of year they should be using the least.
Okay.
I'm out in left field
This
on
is-
that one. I know. Moving on.
If we can,
I know that right now we do not have over the fence. Thank you. I know that right now we do not have sewer meters. I don't know how big of an issue that is. I see him shaking his head, so I assume that's a really bad idea.
Do they make it?
No,
And
no,
not for a private residence.
no.
well,
It'd be more maintenance issues.
and
Going to invent a sewer meter.
if we can get to some sort of solution,
Sure.
if we can get to some sort of solution, I would be open to considering some form of limited one-time forgiveness for the people who really got caught up in it
Thank
during
you.
this dry winter. If we have another solution that we're going to be putting in place moving forward.
Okay.
But I also just wanted to note that because this agenda item in the packet really didn't say what
No, I didn't
this
give
discussion
anything
was
to
going to
it.
be about.
I know.
And if it had been a little better documented or explained in the
That's-
packet,
I
or
didn't.
even sent to us a week ahead of time,
Sure.
we would have had an opportunity to think about this more and look into possible solutions and come more prepared.
And that's on me. Okay.
Could we consider 2 months versus 4? I mean, we have electronic meters.
Well, it's actually 3 months.
Well, I understand that, but why? Just
So
make-
throw out, take the 2 lowest months out of 4 months? Is that what you're saying?
Well, you make it 4 months, everybody
I don't
tries
think
to
we need to
minimize
do that.
Motion
everything.
tonight.
Yes.
Okay, so you got 4 months that you're gonna
What-
minimize everything. Tell them, these are the 2 months that your average is going to come off of.
I would,
Okay, and then you don't have
Can I make a
to.
motion?
Sure you can, please.
It's not a motion item, is it?
Well, it
it's
is.
discussion.
It's either that or we can just
What is
table it
this
for further
discuss?
discussion. It is?
It should have been an appropriate action.
Oh, I always put appropriate action.
Sorry, the
What do
recommendation.
you
So
want?
I make a motion that we revise, and this is for discussion.
Yes.
That we revise it from the lowest 3 out of the 4 months to for winter averaging, that we use the lowest 2. And let's reevaluate this in March, a year from now, see how that affects things. It really shouldn't matter if it's really a true winter averaging, unless someone goes on a 2-week cruise, 2-month cruise. It really,
Cool.
yeah.
Can I ask you to make your motion to direct staff to bring us back a proposal to consider that?
There's
Yes.
about 8 different ways I can think of doing it.
Okay.
Well, let's say this is use staff,
That's fine.
use staff to consider this, including maybe you dropping it to
Right.
bottom 2 out of the 4.
Yeah. We okay with
And
that?
come back to it.
Bring us that.
Because everybody's gonna still try to cut back for 4 months.
Well,
You didn't accomplish anything.
I'll bring stuff back.
Thank you very much.
bring it back.
So
Bring
we're
it
just bringing
back.
something back right now, right?
Well, I don't live on the river.
We actually need to make a motion on this.
No,
No,
No.
this says
I would drop my
discussion.
motion.
It's a
Tell-
discussion.
Always end up with all the homework, y'all.
I don't
Let's
live
go.
on the
It's 10
river
it's
and I
past
don't
10 o'clock.
water the dirt. All right. Consider take action on adopting ordinance revisions to article, drought contingency plan. I asked that to be put back on there because of the lengthy conversation we had there. All I'm interested is the specific things as far as the drought plans for the certain ones. The other things on there, I don't know what we talked about in March. That's not on the, is that?
So we want.
Yeah, we already passed this stuff in March, but we went back and listened. So I didn't go back and listen to it. John went back and listened but it wasn't real clear. There was a lot of discussion and it wasn't real clear consensus from council on what you wanted done with this ordinance. You tried to make a motion, but it was like, can I only adopt part of it, which you can't do? So we needed some clearer direction from you all. Due to the lateness of the hour,
Okay.
I would just recommend you send that to me separate. Like, if you have ideas for this, send it to me separately. And we'll bring it. But Bob can read what he wants. He does have he has a recommended change that he wanted me to make.
I want to hear what Bob says.
Okay. In the law about ordinances, and my issue was, it really wasn't clear in there because you referred to something and something they could change to something else, and you think, so I wonder what changed. It says in there, you can do things like, remove this and replace it with that, or you can put in there, like I said here in the sheet I handed out, and under the section one, read as follows: the Code of Ordinances, City of Castroville, Texas, Chapter 1, Utilities, Article 6, Drought Contingency Plan 110-151F is hereby amended to read as follows. And then those are exact words that were marked in yellow inside the attachment. And so then there's never any question about exactly what the action you took was. The words are all in your ordinance. And that was my only kicker with it, is it's real nebulous to say, see attachment. Tell me what it is you want to do in that ordinance amendment. And this is one of the things the law says was one of the two recommended solutions.
In what section was that?
It's all right here.
Okay.
It's right there. See his hand up.
Yeah.
I like Councilman Lee's idea. I think he made a good suggestion.
Make a motion.
Make a motion, please.
So moved.
So moved. Do I have a motion and a second?
I'm sorry, I missed.
What was the I don't know what the motion was.
So
To
I make a motion
Does he actually?
Yes.
Sheena's making a motion.
to
Okay.
Approve.
Yes.
adopt,
Approve the amendment.
amend the drought contingency plan as per what Bob Lee read on his.
Right here. All in-
That's where you're
is there a
adopting an
second?
ordinance with the amendment as written.
Right.
As stated.
And I
Right.
second it.
Motion made, second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
The opposition, no.
Wait,
Okay. It's adopted. It's adopted. City Administrator's report, sir. City Administrator's report, I have a whole bunch of questions.
Deborah, do you
for
have enough? You got this?
I do.
So one of the things that the mayor's requested is that I provide a report to you all at every meeting. I was not prepared for that instruction, but so I just kind of threw some stuff together.
Fine.
And it's generally some things you need to be updated on. And then we will continue based on the feedback we got from council at the second meeting in May. In the future, we will have staff reports included in the council packet, but we'll probably just put those with my report. So it'll be city administrator report and staff reports to follow kind of thing. That will be in a very similar format, but we won't go over them separately. They'll just be in my report. Is that the way you wanted that, Mayor?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And we need to get comments back to you before the meeting,
Right.
after the packet comes out, so you can answer those questions.
That's
Ideally,
correct. That's great.
Yeah. So that puts an obligation.
But the only other update, the only addition I would make to the report that I provided you all is that we met with the game warden today on the river project that I mentioned is finished. It started this morning and it finished this afternoon. So it's done. If you go look at the river, the piles of gravel that were kind of in the middle of the river have been spread out. That's all per our permit. We were allowed to do that, but that permit was granted only after.
Who gave you the permit?
It was from the Texas Parks and Wildlife.
Technically, it wasn't a permit, it was an approval of a
I was
rehabilitation
just saying,
plan.
because I'd already gone in there. I made a mistake of going in there and directing my staff to, hey, we want to.
Only asked the question because I was posed with the question, does the city have the right to do any work in the main channel of the river without a state permit?
No.
Even
But
safety.
but we did it, and
I
then we
know.
got our hands slapped, and then we went and submitted basically a plan to
Okay.
remediation.
Technically, you can do work in the riverbed as long as it's all by hand without machinery.
Right, and the machinery is what got us in trouble. So I now have, I'm the proud owner of 2 citations issued to me personally today by the game warden that I'll go talk to the JP about in Medina County next week.
You're lucky.
He got citations from the game warden.
Okay.
Yeah, Jonah got 2 as well, so she and I both.
Jonah got it. What about the gas audit?
Where is it? Do you have a copy of it?
Gas audit is done. We're reviewing right now with our third party. So we hired the consultant to look at it, and then we have the guy, PhD, what's their name? Simon.
Is Simon looking at it?
Yeah, Simon's looking at it to ask some questions before, because it's not, it's basically final draft.
Right,
It's not final document.
right.
Do you have any
And
alleged
there are some
violations?
questions that he had. Some of their suppositions are what do you call it? Logical leaps they made. He's questioning and he wants them to clarify and some other things. So
Okay.
I don't quite have it in its final form, but it is done. I will just say that our gas system is in good shape. One of my concerns was, could we support future growth and future expansions of the gas system? The short answer is yes. There are a couple of very small projects. By small, I mean less than $100,000 to connect lines in places where they are not looped, where if we were to loop the system, it would allow us to achieve greater pressures across the system, like substantially greater pressures. So those are the types of things that will be developed as part of like a capital investment plan for our gas system. Out of this effort, but in all, it was good. It's been positive news that we got from the capacity study. And the audit, as far as the audit is concerned, that's what y'all are asking about. I just realized I was responding to gas capacity. On the audit, yeah, the auditors are going to find stuff. That's their job. And we knew there was going to be some easy stuff to find because of the handoff, if you will, between CPS and us. But again, nothing that's catastrophic. We didn't have any major surprises. There's some things in there that we know we need to fix. There's some repair and maintenance items that had been neglected that need to be done, but nothing earth-shattering.
More paperwork or administrative work?
Some of it is
Reporting?
paper. Well, some of it is the reporting and the record keeping.
Record.
Because again, CPS had all the records. We didn't have any, and so some of the things that we should have received, we haven't received, and so there's stuff like that, but nothing that.
When's the last time you guys did a leak survey?
We did it preparatory to this. So
Do you have any grade ones?
What's that?
Do you have any, were they all, yeah, how many leaks do you find?
There weren't many.
Threes, twos? Do you have any ones?
They're over 10, but they were small.
No,
Okay.
yeah, he's talking about the grade of
I'm not in the grade of
3, 2, and 1. One is big. 3
one is you stop the world and fix it.
So we had none of those.
A
They
2
were all
is you monitor. A 3 is let it go.
Yeah, basically, we had a couple of 2s and
Okay.
mostly 3s.
Okay, I mean, you don't let it go, but it's a low priority.
Right.
Oh, it didn't help with the
Like the-
odorator.
Like be a thread leak.
Odorizer. Well, that actually did help because
We digress.
The odor, yeah.
Yeah.
I know, okay.
that was the question. The audit turned out pretty good.
A couple things. Garcia Creek, do we have the easements on that, or are we working on getting the easements on that drainage project?
No, because I don't know.
It's all on private property.
Yeah, I would understand.
I asked for that when Mr. King and
I
myself.
know.
did that.
Well, I don't. Okay, I don't think that's in the scope.
We need a discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that's in the scope of the original project. So I also wasn't debriefed.
It's
And
in
by the way,
report.
Mayor, by the way, when I talked to K Freeze, the gentleman you talked to, AB, was it AB?
Hey,
Hey,
Yeah, he goes by AB.
yeah.
It's spelled AB. Anyway,
He's the
AB.
EAA Board of Directors.
He thought he was supposed to be. He didn't know that you were. He didn't expect that this item was going to be pulled from the agenda.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, okay. Well, I thought based on your conversation with the mayor that he told you to pull from the.
I told him the 24th would be better than this one.
Well, someone he thought he was still presenting at this one, and I was like, no,
Okay.
your item was pulled. Y'all, we still have to talk about this. So I need to
Sure.
convene with you
Okay.
or Phil or both and
Okay.
understand what we need to do.
Okay, the regional park, the irrigation, the wastewater treatment plant ponds. Help me here, and maybe I need to work with John to look at some of your files because the information that I got as far as TCU correspondence, I guess the city sent a letter, you sent a letter about the ponds that I didn't get, or you
Okay.
gotta show me how to get that stuff.
Okay.
And I met with, I'm expanding on your stuff, met with Mr. Connor, and Ms. Delavan, and Mr. Mers, Mr. Marchman down at the park. And I seen his response, the engineers, after we met up there.
Well, you met with how many people at the park?
I met with Mr. Mers, Mr. Marchman, myself, Ms. Delavan, and Mr.
So there was a quorum of the council there.
There's no quorum. I'm not.
You don't count as a quorum?
I don't make a quorum.
That's right. I think you're right. No, he may be right.
I don't make.
The mayor may not make the quorum. I'll double check
That
that.
man right there told me you could not have
The
the
mayor
mayor and two
does,
people talk.
the
No,
mayor
he
does
doesn't.
not make a quorum.
I think he does because he can vote.
I'll double check.
No.
He only in a tie, but
Only in a
I'll double check on that, just to keep you out
Yeah,
there.
find that out because
Find that out because my understanding is the mayor.
I think
does
you're right,
not
but I'll
make
double
the
check.
quorum.
If it
You do
helps, I
not count
mostly
as
just
a
listen.
Huh?
You are not considered a quorum.
That's
so the mayor
If
can
we
meet with
had-
two council people.
Two
Yes.
people here
Yes.
for a meeting, you wouldn't count
Right,
to make a
You
quorum.
don't count.
right.
Sorry.
So the point I'm getting at is the ponds, because the city has a discharge permit, are not a critical component of the wastewater treatment plant.
That's correct.
Okay? However, I mean, and I know someday maybe we want a pond for the aquatic life, maybe we want something. Maybe we need that for holding storage for the irrigation in the park, because right now, at least the way I read the permits, the citation issued to the city on the wastewater plant ponds, the solution is exactly what's being done.
De-water them and make them go away.
It doesn't, I mean, they serve no purpose for the wastewater plant. So really, they're not the responsibility of the wastewater plant.
That's where the logical leap you make to get there, I disagree with, because the violation is against the wastewater treatment plant, not against the city, not against the, it's a TCEQ violation for the dams.
I understand that,
Yeah.
but they were a violation. And I believe, based on what I've done, my career, and I want to believe that John may have done this before if he's been faced with enforcement action. The first thing you do is challenge it. And I would have quickly challenged those ponds are not an integral part of the wastewater treatment facility, and basically washed my hands of them as far as the wastewater is concerned.
Yeah.
Hopefully not in the
I
ponds.
think TCEQ though also has.
I know TCQ would have come back and held
oversight
it.
over dams.
It's a safety issue. I don't know what,
Right.
honestly, I don't know what conversations were had back in
Yeah, I don't either.
2019,
I'm just
but-
reading what I'm reading and what the approach in hindsight might have been, more than just a simple phrase that says, we disagree with the allegations. Normally, when you say that, you go into detail about why you disagree, but the response didn't go into detail.
I don't know who
I'll
authored
tell
it.
you this.
Anyway, I don't know where we're at right
Yeah,
now. I
but
just
no
think,
engineer in the world would say either the two dams are safe.
oh, I'm not arguing with that.
So but then that's what they're going by. It has nothing to do with them storing sewage or storing fresh water. And that's where the TCEQ has come and they said they are. And now if they fail, is it gonna hurt anybody? Extreme unlikelihood that it would hurt anybody.
Unless you're in the RV market.
Well,
No,
No,
it wouldn't
not even
affect
our-
Well,
There's
one of the first questions I ask is, and I found that out because you bring me the documentation, is what arm of TCEQ cited the dams? Was it the water quality people or was it the dam safety people? Who cited it? Because if it was a water quality people, then I don't know, probably wrong, but the argument,
Was the trees needed to be removed.
right,
And when that happened, it started sloughing off.
yes, sir.
That's why.
But,
Yeah.
yeah, but who wrote that? Was that the water quality? Yeah.
But you understand where I'm going there, John, about who
Well, I,
wrote it and what it's for. And I've read the stuff and I got it. I don't want to recreate everything. We just need to fix things moving forward.
well,
I agree with
in the interest of time, I'm just trying to understand, what was your whole conversation? What was your thought process about general fund versus wastewater treatment plant versus, what were you trying to go down a road there?
Oh, yeah, yeah. You want me to tell you that the wastewater system, call it a day. You don't need the dam. You don't need the ponds.
Right, which is
So-
why we're closing them.
Okay, so if you wanna, if down the road, if there's a desire down the road or a need to build a water storage facility to be able to irrigate the park, then that's not a utility expense.
Except that selling effluent out of the wastewater treatment plant is a benefit to the wastewater treatment plant.
But you're not required to put it
No, you're not.
full discharge.
But if you were to, I'm not trying to,
I know that.
I don't want to belabor this.
I don't want to deliver
But
it.
the idea is,
It's just,
we can make improvements at the plant that allows them to sell effluent. Those
Got it.
same improvements may
Okay.
also help you do something else.
okay,
May.
all right. The last one I want to ask you is, the generators you say were tested,
Yes.
do we have a copy of the report of who
No,
tested them?
it's not, there wasn't a report. It's just, we had a guy come out and fire it up and hook it up, and we found some electrical issues that needed to be improved, and so those are now being done.
Was it
Lines of work.
the generator people that ran it, that came around?
Yeah, it was, you had to do run the generator?
Oh,
It's electrical guy.
Future Electric,
Yeah.
Danny? Okay,
So Danny did that.
okay, all right. Do you have an interlocal agreement with the county that allows the county to do maintenance on the city streets and city right of ways?
No. Well, we have interlocals in place. But as far as that report item is concerned, what I've been told by the judge and Larry is that we need to get interlocal specific, project specific interlocal agreements.
Right.
That's what they're looking for. We don't have those in place yet.
Okay, we're working on it.
It's not proceeded past a conversation.
Okay, well, no, I
Yes,
just
working
wanted,
on it.
I wanted to clarify that because, we don't want to hang our hat on the county coming doing work when we don't have,
They've expressed
Unauthorized
a verbal
agreement.
willingness to do it.
Sure.
They just want to get it spelled out. And that's
Sure.
what those projects would do.
okay? And the last thing I want to say to you, please, please, do whatever you got to do to make this thing work
The audio.
on a consistent basis.
You gonna spend 30,000?
No, I'm not going to talk about a new one. What happened to Mr. Marchman and Mr. Peterson working on it?
Yeah, so I did try to meet with Peterson a couple times, and wasn't his fault. We just couldn't get our schedules aligned, and then we have people in here, so I don't think Teams is going to work. I do have there's 17 pages of instructions on how to use Teams Town Hall, and unless settings can be saved like this, then it's going to be an issue. But I haven't had a chance to. I want to test it. I haven't had a chance to test it.
Do you want to reach back out to Bob? Do you want me to, or what can I do?
Yeah, you can reach out to him if you
Because
want.
he had a plan for, it was less than 10 grand.
I don't know what that was, but
I know.
I know that we've got Teams, and so I went so far as installing Teams on this machine and we did have to get like a license for Town Hall. So I've got this machine has the ability to do Town Hall, but what I haven't done is test that. I want to test it, and I also need to get with Vimeo and talk to them about the problems we're having, because ideally Vimeo would fix it, because this is clearly a software issue. The sound went down 2 or 3 different times, but it's only on this, like, it's not an internet issue, because the internet, pinging the internet was fine. It's something to do with Vimeo. So,
Call Bob tomorrow.
yep.
All right, we are under a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah.
Yes.
There was an email went out to everybody on city council about I will just say a city planning and zoning kind of workshop that's coming up.
I didn't get that.
Well, it should have gone to everybody. It just came this week.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I saw what you sent.
email.
I haven't sent it out to council. No, you sent
got
it to, I think you forwarded it to me. Say, hey, this would be good for people to
It
attend.
came in my normal distribution
Is it like
on my
on
city
ACOG or
computer.
something?
I think it,
Oh.
It's probably
okay.
ACOG.
It's TML.
Not from someone at the city.
no, it came from like TML.
Okay, anyway, every year they have these courses. They usually run a whole day. I've been to several when I was on P&Z, and they're fantastic about giving you an overall look about cities and planning and problem areas, and you can ask them any question under the sun, and they're well worth your time. And so would they be for P&Z to go to.
Well, I think she sends that out to me.
I'm sorry.
I think Brianna, when she gets those, she does. reach
Okay,
out to me.
it came on my
You're
city
not on
account.
P&Z.
I'm a liaison.
Well, but you're.
It came in the
Seriously.
You'd love it.
focused and the other one. It came in the other email, not the good email. So it's kind of halfway rejected. I just want to make one more comment before we end the meeting, okay? Scott and I have had talks with this. We've had talks with the city attorney. Don't use a BCC to communicate.
I can't hear you. Say that again.
Don't use blind copies when sending emails.
Okay.
Okay? That is a potential violation, Open Meetings Act. The previous mayor and the previous staff, and even current staff, and even some department heads inject everybody's stuff, and BCC council members do not do those.
Okay, I'm gonna stop.
Write those to emails.
I'm gonna stop you right there. The attorney never told me that BCC was wrong. You did.
He did.
You don't. No, he didn't. You know, I saw his email. I read what he said.
Okay.
He didn't say that it was wrong, but it's okay. I'm okay doing it the way you want to do it. But to be clear, using BCC, there's nothing wrong with it. But you need to because BCC actually prevents people from being able to reply all, right? So it's actually not a problem. The issue is the semantics of saying on the BCC who's been copied, so they know, hey, this is who's on your BCC, because that's both etiquette and it's what you should do. But bottom line, what the mayor's asked me to do and what he's asking everyone else to do, which is fine, is not to BCC, to carbon copy everybody so everybody sees who's on it, but then very clearly word it that, hey, do not reply all. A reply all would violate the Open Meeting Act, blah, 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 which we can do. We can add that verbiage. But I don't have a clear direction that says you can't use BCC. He said something about a potential conflict if they responded, but that was also based on a text. You actually erroneously referred to a text, not an email, because there's no email where 3 council members responded. It was a text that I had sent out to you all about another issue.
The city attorney did agree with me that it can be a problem and that it can unintentionally put the city council in a bad spot. Okay?
That's only if they reply all, but there's.
I don't know, okay, well, okay. Only the council are at risk. If the council member answers that, it could be considered polling by the city administrator, and you guys need to be careful with that. So I'm just giving a broad stroke. Be careful of not exposing to yourself to a potential violation of the Open Meetings Act. That's all my point is.
Mayor, I'd like to be here till the end of the meeting. Do you think that will come soon?
It's going to
Yeah,
come.
I have a quick question. When is our next budget workshop?
When is our next budget workshop, Mayor?
Mayor?
Sir.
Yeah.
She just asked.
She asked the question, I deferred it to you. When would you like to have our next budget workshop?
I don't know. What do you want? What do you want it? Let's send out some dates. What do you want? What do you want?
October.
What I have right now is every department, I think except for 2, have put together what would be their our normal proposed budget, following our normal process, absent me sitting down with each one of them and having them go explain every line. But they've given me their proposal, right? I've got that. Then I've got their cut, what a cut would look like on their budget. And then next to that, if I could ask for increases, what I would ask for in increases in their budget. So, and the way that is, it's like you have 5 years of history, current year, and then those 3 columns side by side. So that's what I was going to give to you, Mayor, when you and I had the chance to sit down and talk about it. But I'm still missing 3. It's the only reason I haven't given it to you.
Okay. I won't be here the rest of this week, so maybe next week. Okay.
So if you want to do a budget workshop for sometime after you and I have a chance to sit down and look at that, or
let's talk about that and send out some potential dates. So I don't know.
Send out dates?
I don't know.
Wednesdays are good for me, actually now it's Tuesdays and Fridays. Because we got a college kid there, so that's those. I mean, we could look at the 1st of July.
Friday would be much better for me than Tuesday.
Okay, the 11th of July.
The 11th of July. I don't think I'm here.
Yeah.
Let's compare calendars later.
Yeah,
But I just wanted to get that out there because I know we have
later.
we got to do some stuff by what, end of August, that way.
We got a lot
Adopt
to.
it by the end of September.
The
Yeah,
only Friday in July I have available is the 18th.
Citizen comments?
Okay, we'll figure that out.
Can I make a note of a few future agenda items I'd like to
Sure.
bring before we start?
Sure.
So, two that have been brought up recently in my neighborhood. We used to have an ordinance related to tree preservation, heritage trees or something like that. I would just like to bring that back and discuss it.
Sure.
And also, I think I'd like to discuss the possibility of the city notifying property owners when an 811 call has been put in on their property. So if, say, an internet company is going to be coming to dig through your yard, you have the opportunity to go mark anything you have in the yard as well.
Okay.
And finally, we've had several points of confusion tonight where the presence of the attorney would have been really helpful. And if that pattern continues, I think it might be good to revisit whether we have the attorney here for most meetings. That's all.
Okay.
And I will be working on some materials relative to the 811 and the tree preservation.
Okay.
And I will not be here on the 24th.
Anybody else have anything? Nope. Motion adjourned.
What time?
Thank you all.
thank you.
10:37.
I'll go let the dogs out before the rain hits.
Deborah, for future.
So 4:30, Bruce,
4:30 what?
in the morning?
Me?